Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to another stream. Hello. We are doing some programming today, where I don't know exactly how this is gonna go, and we were gonna figure that out together. I'm going to immediately also lower my desk. We're gonna be doing some thinking today, some planning, and seeing if I can unbreak all of what is very disastrously broken. That's the plan, anyway. Also, a minor thing is that I just set up a new, in my Discord, having a message happen when I go live. I set up a new thing of that looks like it worked. Yeah. Cool. No. Not entirely. Oh, okay, the thing I had to... Okay, thing I was wrong with more, but... it made the message, but this isn't an actual, one of these. I think that's actually... that might be an easy fix. I actually am now just remembering that what I might like surround, like, in the message that goes out to this, put it in, like, quotation marks or something, or, like, an escape character or something. I don't know. That's something I'll figure out later. I get to test it once every stream, I guess, until it's functional. I'm not going to do that now. It is good now. It at least sent the thing, so that's a good first step. Anyway, and it sent the old one. I got to disable it at some point, but that's fine. Anyways, that's not what we're here to do. What we're here to do is... this Handyman with a unicycle. My game, let me actually have this up here. My game that I am trying to make that is having some difficulties, having quite a few difficulties. Actually, let me switch to this thing works on controller. Last stream that I was working on this, the last many streams, I've been trying to basically completely rebuild the player and the camera and all that. But mostly, the last couple of streams have been more of an emphasis on the camera itself. Because it's had issues, and yeah, issues that we're trying to solve. And between last time I was working on this and now, I've made some minor modifications, and it's still very broken. It's not working yet. But in fact, I also like disabling and enabling certain things. I'm trying to just narrow down certain things that are broken and trying to fix them. Right now, this is going to look a bit weird, but that is currently how some bits of... Oh, actually, that's extra funky. Yeah. Yeah, that's not meant to be that snappy. I know exactly why it's being that snappy, and it's not supposed to be. Oh boy. Yeah. So, you know, well, yeah, it's a work in progress, is what it is. Very much a work in progress. I also temporarily disabled midair movement as I was trying to just narrow down some things with how I want input to work in midair and whatnot. Anyway, so yeah, camera having a lot of issues. So I'm trying to figure out how to fix that issues. Also, right now in this new camera system that we're building, right control stick doesn't do anything. It doesn't control the camera anymore. It will. We're gonna rebuild that functionality. So like that is the plan, but right now, we're doing a lot of making the camera work. Even if you never use the right control stick, it still, like, turns where you go. And the funny thing is, like, on flat ground, it's pretty well working fine. And hypothetically, it could be working fine on, if we just had, like, slopes like this, it could just be doing the same behavior. It doesn't have to do this. The trouble starts when we want to go upside down. And, getting to the flying around bit. Yeah, some of our problems are coming from the fact that, you know, we want to be able to go upside down and stuff. Also, the camera is getting, like, stuck on walls. We also used to have zooming in when there's a collision in the way. That's another thing that we're going to be rebuilding the functionality for. Just kind of a lot of things that we stripped away as we're trying to solve the core issues of other parts of why all this is broken. And kind of making it more broken before we can make it completely unbroken is, I guess, the idea of what's happening. And there's both stuff on the camera and the player and how they work together that all need to be made a million times better. But yeah, so the fact that we want the player to be able to go upside down and not just like a quick loop-to-loop, like, oh, in a Sonic game, do a quick, like, I wouldn't call it a cutscene, but like quick, oh, take control with the player, do a fancy loop-to-loop, and there's no real gameplay there, and like whatever. It's just a cool visual spectacle. In this game, I want actual, like, full movement when you're upside down and on walls and stuff. I mean, loop-to-loops is one example of such a spectacle, but I want to be able to go up a wall like this, and while going up, I'm dodging hazards and weaving around things, fully while sideways. It will eventually be a thing that if I stop moving, if I run out of speed, or if I get hit by enemies or whatever, I will fall off the wall, gravity will kick in as it should. Just right now, it's way easier to test this while we don't have that functional. It'll be, yeah, just easier to put off that functionality, I guess. Eventually, I also do want full-on, like, magnet walls as well, that, like, oh, if you're on a magnet wall, then you do just stick to it even if you stop. So we're gonna have both. So technically, the functionality we have right now is, like, if this wall is fully magnetic, then this is kind of the behavior we want, so, yeah. Anyways, but, like, as you can see, this is working pretty fine. It's pretty cool and whatnot. The main issue that I'm having to deal with now is basically what happens when you go off the wall and how the player... basically midair movement, how that should be handled, and how the camera should respond to that. Both the while you're in air for a while, you know, doing midair movement, but then also the transition, basically, when you first go from being on the ground, on a surface, to being in midair. That transition, and the transition from being in midair to hitting the ground. And that needs to be all, you know, better. It also, when you fall off of like a surface, you can land on another wall and then keep going, and that's fully a feature that we want. Right now, because I've turned off air movement, it's a bit harder to make the scenario happen. If I do this, then, like, if you ignore the funky camera, then what just happened here, ignoring the pausing, I mean, if it was a magnet wall or whatever, then I guess this could happen, but, in theory, though, yeah, I want this to be able to happen. You can go off a ramp and land on a wall and be sideways, and having the camera not be all funky in response to that. So I've been going back and forth on both conceptually what I want this to look like and programmatically, things easier said than done, how to get everything to work exactly as I want it to. And, you know, it's being tricky. So, especially you notice that when the player goes in midair, I have them, like, bend in the direction that they're going. That's also for stuff that I want. This could, in theory, be easier if in midair the character was always facing downwards or whatever. In fact, I actually want to... yeah, I was debating if I wanted to do this later. No, I'll do it now. Hold on, this. I want to show a thing that later, this. I wish to show off a thing. Is this going to be loud? I'm going to hope this isn't going to be super loud. Probably shouldn't be, hopefully. So this is a PS2 emulator that has Ratchet and Clank. If I go to this, is it loud? Doesn't look too loud. So, wow, look at this amazing game that I've made. No, this is the first Ratchet and Clank game, so spoilers of, like, maybe a third into the game or something. There's a part of this game where you get magnet boots. Actually, you see this area, you have to leave and then come back. You get these magnet boots and then you come back. But I quickly speedran-ish through the game up to the point of getting these magnet boots, because I wanted to see this game as an example of camera, you know, a 3D platformer camera, and like how it handles going sideways and upside down and all that. Especially that I remember that in this part I can walk off the walls and whatever, and I had save states or whatever. This, if I walk off here, the camera does nicely swivel. Now in this case, if you fall off, you're basically dead, so that's like a thing. If I just load back to here. If you're fully upside down, so right now I am completely upside down. If I walk off, you know, the camera does, like, it does swivel around in a way that might be slightly disoriented in terms of telling which way you're going, whatever. But it doesn't do a weird, funky snap. It does, you know, orbit nicely, even if it's orbiting in a bit of a weird direction, try to figure out what way to go. And in the context of this game, it's not that bad, because if you fall off, you're dead. It doesn't matter what way the camera's going. You might be able to, like, hover to safety, maybe, but very unlikely. So it's like an unlikely scenario that doesn't matter too much. With my game, it matters way more, and I care more about having aerial movement and whatnot. And then there's the extra thing that this game is able to get away with, where these magnet wall sections, you are moving slow, significantly slower than my unicycle character. So you can get away with a lot more it being slower. When moving faster, yeah, can have more issues. Oh, here, actually, yeah, no, but anyways, yeah. My point was that the way the camera, like, yeah, moves around and it orbits and, you know, is fine with that. One last, just testing, like, different scenarios of, like, different angles and whatever. If I'm, like, facing, oh yeah, there's the, oh yeah, that's just how it, like, zooms into them. If I'm, like, facing this way and I walk off this way, like, yeah, just different ways how it, like, orbits around. So actually, I wanted to test, this stuff I've already tested. I'm just more recapping some of my testing, some of my findings. It wasn't, like, super groundbreaking, like, oh! I mean, I was kind of hoping that I'd see something from this and be like, oh! Revelations, eureka, on how I can solve my own camera issues. But I'm facing up, and the camera is facing the sky, and I fall this way. Yeah, weird like the orbits like around to the back. It's just, yeah, funky. Anyways, just showing off some of just that. There's a few parts in that game where you use those magnet shoes and walk up walls and you have to fight some enemies or whatever. But that's like the earliest in the game. Oh wow, I think the whole time I was moving, it was, yeah, we're running away from the starting area. Anyway, so I was looking at that. In that case, in that game, yeah, the camera can go a little bit wonky and it doesn't matter as much. In my game, it's very important that the camera is good. So I was starting to, and not just like, there's the one thing of when you immediately go from being on a wall to being in midair, the camera not flipping around 180, like it's staying facing relatively the same direction and all that. Actually, okay, hold on. I want to set up another scenario to ramble. It's stuff I was thinking about earlier today. Another thing I was trying to think of is just, you know, in terms of different scenarios and like what I think should happen, what would look the best for, you know, different scenarios in my game in a hypothetical real level scenario. If I'm facing, you know, this way, this wall, and I go off into midair, I was trying to think of like, okay, like what in a polished good version of this, what should happen with the camera in the way that's going to be best for the different level scenarios that I might want. If I can I quickly, I'm gonna put the scene view down here and then like mess with just dragging the player and camera around to just make a point. If I do this, that's fine. Okay, so just, you're on the edge of whatever. You know, go off with a lot of speed, and you're this way. At first, I was thinking that, like, if you're midair, it's just easy to always, like, have the camera swivel around to being facing, like, universal down, but then, like, face the player and, like, whatever. So, effectively, that wherever the camera is, it would need to turn on the Z-axis, which is not true, actually. For this particular angle, it kind of is, but at other angles, just swiveling the Z-axis is not enough. But anyway. But then I was thinking of, like, is swiveling down on the Z even the best idea for what should happen, and I'm less sure that that's the case. Oh, so you may see the name of the stream, I'm like, fixing midair movement with water. I'll get to why I called it that in a second. That's part of, oh. That just close the scene window. Great. I had sort of the end of where I'm going with my revelation. Why are you? Yeah, thank you. Do that. Okay. No. Hold on. Whatever. Okay, fine. Actually, I would like to hide you as well. Okay. Hold on. Back over here. Yeah. Okay. So, what was I saying? When you move off, whatever. If you're going up. Can I just kind of quickly... Let's say we were going... No, not like that. Hold on. Don't worry about that. Text there. Why was... Wait, why are you... Oh, you have... Wait, why are you orbiting on that? I guess I'm not going to question it. It's fine. I can still make my point. If we're going up with a lot of speed, we might be going up towards a ceiling that I would want to be able to. If we're going up super fast, we hit a ceiling, I want to then stick to that ceiling and be riding along that ceiling. That's mechanics I want. I think that would be cool. So, if we're going up, I want the camera to be, well, facing up, but I mean, it could be facing up from camera being facing down. Hold on. But, if the camera more so matches kind of like how the player was when they left the wall, the wall they were on or the ceiling they were on, I think that just might be better for less disorienting mid-air movement. It could eventually, as you're going through the air for a while, start to change. I was thinking based on the velocity that you're going. If you're going up in an arc, you're going up, the camera's facing up with you, and then you start to go down, having the camera follow that way. Like, that seems perfect. That seems like what, you know, a thing that we'd want. Part of where that gets funky is if stuff could happen that can make you turn around in midair, or when you have low velocity, if I want the camera to face the direction of the velocity as you start to, like, if you go in a smooth arc, that's fine. If you're going straight up and then turn around back down, stuff like that could be more funky. It's a lot of edge cases. It's a lot of what makes this funky. Anyways, I was trying to think I could elegantly lead into the point I was trying to get to, but oh well. The thing that I thought I was like, oh hey, this might help me solve my problem conceptually, is that underwater mechanics in some games. In some, usually 3D platformers, in some games that aren't 3D platformers, do a lot of different ways of doing underwater. I was thinking that initially that if I had underwater in this game, it'd be the very simple, like, you just fall slower, you sink to the ground, like Sonic Adventure 1, kind of. Weird example, but it works, I guess. You don't swim, you just sink, and it's basically like low gravity kind of, and you have to deal with air or whatever. Another option is, actually, swimming at the surface of water, and, like, Legend of Zelda, any of them, Ocarina of Time, I guess. There's that kind of swimming. Another kind of swimming, well, that's some games, as far as swimming goes, just like on top of water, and maybe you can like dive down and come back up. Also like Ocarina of Time, also like Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, I guess. Does Jak 2 have swimming in it? Ever? Maybe a little bit. Like, it has mechanics for it, but it's not something you ever have to really do, I think. Anyways, another type, though, is that I don't have an immediate good game example of what does. I know I've seen games that do this, but I'm blanking on them off the top of my head. Games where swimming is almost like, I guess flying through space would almost be some thing. Like flying through space like in a ship or whatever, where you're going forward, maybe you're pressing a button to go forward. Camera fully behind you, and you're turning up, down, left, right. And turning in that kind of sense isn't, if I can even demonstrate this, hold on. In usually underwater things where you're sort of propelled forward and then you're turning, turning isn't, it's not quite the angle that I want relative to the camera. Can I, hold on, try to just, you're local. But that, yeah. Good enough to... Wait, why is that even... Oh, I guess that's close enough. If you're turning, it's usually not like this. It'd be like, redirecting your velocity, and you'd keep moving in that direction, right? My point was that I think that I want midair movement to kind of be like that. And if I'm flying through the air and I'm moving left, right, up, down, or whatever, having like, I'm flying through the air and actually, leaning kind of in a direction and leaning in another direction. Well, up, down is a bit more funky with like, how, does gravity play into that? But, yeah, my, idea I had was that basically maybe I could... Well, think of how in games that have, some games that have underwater mechanics in that particular style I just described, and if I could try to make mid-air movement more like that, then that might work better for both just the middle of being in mid-air. I might get more of the dynamic movement that I want. And then the transition between being on a wall to being in mid-air is potentially easier in that it's just... have the camera go behind the player in this kind of a fashion, which I was already kind of trying to do, but no, it's still funky. Easier is not easy. Even just doing that with all the other camera stuff that's set up is still funky. But having the camera just be like behind the player and just facing their velocity, allowing this sort of turning thing and whatever. And then when we hit the ground, whatever ground we go on, in theory, well, hopefully we're facing that kind of direction, and it's just a matter of more of a swivel kind of a thing. Possibly. Anyways, so making that kind of mechanic in midair, testing like these few seconds where I'm in midair, it can be hard to like get a good, scenario of flying up being in midair, especially with the camera being as broken as it is funky. So my idea that I had that I kind of want to try doing and just seeing how it goes is to pretend this whole area is underwater and shift from making normal on-ground and mid-air controls to pretending if we have a pool of water and we go in said pool of water and we have this like always propelling forward swimming kind of mechanic where you turn, make that and then seeing if I can copy a lot of that code onto just, maybe modified a bit, but onto mid-air movement, where the main thing would be gravity being a thing and more air resistance rather than a continual moving forward or whatever. So that's the plan. That's the idea. I don't know how it'll go. And as a separate thing, if this works, like it'd be cool to just then be able to have that be an extra mechanic in the game. I don't know how often that necessarily would pop up, but if I make it, I'm going to use it. So yeah, that'd be the thing. And so we're going to make some kind of Boolean that's like, is underwater that for realsies would be triggered by, have some pool of water when you enter it, big trigger collider that would set the Boolean, and we're in the swimming state when we come out of the water, out of whatever trigger, that we're no longer in the swimming state. Right now, we're going to just pretend it's always true. We'll pretend this entire place is underwater, even though we're not making visuals for that right now. Yeah. Another thing, even though that we haven't done much with visuals of this guy right now, he still looks, you know, like this. My idea, what I'm thinking of, I shall, you know, set up some of this, but then I'll undo it before I make changes that I don't want to be persistent. I've always had in mind that when we get to the more polished stage of this, and first of all, when we have an actual person that looks nothing like this, it'd be cool when he's actually, like, you know, moving his legs, pedaling the wheels. This wheel used to turn, getting it back to actually spinning as we move, all that fun stuff. My idea is that when you were flying through the air, I thought it would just look visually cool and fun as an animation, that the guy is almost like falling off the unicycle, and I kind of want him to just be like, the unicycle itself is wheel pointed towards as you're flying through the air. And I want the guy to basically be here. Well, right here, he's just like, he's not even rigged or anything, but I want basically his hands to be grabbing onto, I don't know, either like the pedals or the base here, or like hand gripped around like that, wherever, it doesn't matter, but grabbing onto the unicycle in some way. I want him basically to look like this, like he's, the unicycle is flying and he's grabbing on for dear life, and I think that would just look cool as an animation. And then it works for that the wheel is going in the direction that we're flying through the air, so then the wheel can hit whatever wall or roof or floor that it's going towards, and then now we're on that, pedaling along whatever wall or floor going along. And I just think visually, when that all comes together, it will look cool, is the idea. What I then got to figure out, though, also part of this, is the programming that handles, if we're flying through the air, the first thing that's, like, well, you know, makes sense is transform.up negativified needs to face our velocity. And now we already have stuff going. That was why when we go in midair, the character flips like this, because it's meant to be transitioning to this that will eventually be cleaner and nicer or whatever. The weird bit is then figuring out, oh, actually, hold on, let me undo this back to here before I go too far with it. If I turn the actual thing with the collider, which, like, an argument could be made to that this flipping and the flying towards the thing should be more completely a visual thing, and all the collision should stay upright. But in my case, I want the collider that is like the wheel collider and all this that's meant to represent the feet of the player. I do want that to turn with us being in midair, so it's facing up if we're going up, to have this part hit a ceiling and then go along that ceiling. So having this part turn, and then the player would counter turn that. The player flying, like, that would be pure animation stuff. That would need to change the collider. But in terms of, like, where the wheel is, that needs to match the collider, I think. Anyways, in terms of the rotation of this thing, it makes sense that then, you know, the wheel face that way. That's the easy part. The hard part is this, is the calculations that decide, like, what is the forward of the player relative to this, and how does it stay consistent, and how does the camera work with that, and da. And I'm hoping with this water thing that you know, hopefully we can figure that out. I could make it the case that it tries to be pointing towards the sky potentially, but, well, if we're going down a wall, let's say like that wall in the distance, we're going down at an angle, and then we go off the wall, we're heading towards the ground. I would, well, okay, actually, well, not a great example, actually. Then I would have, they would go off like this, and, or, you know, this angle, roughly, so maybe we would be flipping up, or it could be flipping down like this. I don't know. No, it'd probably be like this in that example. But anyway, okay, bad example, but I think there can be scenarios where you can be upside down depending on how he's just been thrown around in midair, metaphorically. Especially in some scenarios when we're perfectly upside down and then we fall. Yeah, anyway, so trying to point towards the sky isn't always the most reliable thing, especially if we are going straight up from, because there's like the, you know, going off of platforms because of the momentum and whatnot, but we could have springs and, you know, ramps and whatever that actually, you know, launch you off with speed, and, you know, cannons and stuff. We kind of have cannons already. If we're going straight up, then, you know, calculations of, okay, what way is, you know, should the forward be going? That's stuff that we got to figure out. I like to think it'll be based on it'll start based on the direction that we were facing when we left the ground, or whatever wall that we were on, and then somehow go off of that, but anyway. Where was I going with this? Is that, water. Oh, sorry, one more thing is that, while I was talking about animation stuff, is that, as I said, when the player's in midair, I want it to be like unicycle, or the wheel pointing towards where we're going, and the player itself looking like they're hanging on for dear life, and I think that'll be funny and cool and all. For in water, because this is a bit of a I'm planning for this game to be, you know, have a bit of sci-fi elements to it. We have the hub area is going to be a giant, you know, airship kind of a thing. I think I can make this work by letting the, if we're underwater, animation-wise, the having the unicycle be a bit more sci-fi. And just like in Mario Kart 8 and Crash Nitro Kart, I think we have, like, the wheel turn sideways or something, and then do some sci-fi nonsense animation and make it kind of like a propeller, and then it's like you're grabbing onto it and it's propelling you forward. Oh, wait, you know what this is just like, actually? Does it look like this? Hold on. The Sea Glide, actually, just like that kind of propeller, right? That's basically what I'm describing. Not the Sea Mop, the Sea Glide. Right. I just want to see a picture of it to double check. Is it, I mean, okay, not like the same thing, but like, yeah, propeller in front, have this basically being the wheel propelling us forward, kind of. Yeah, that then in water, that's just a sci-fi, you know, just a way of water things like happening. I'd have to figure out some controls of that. Of, do I want, like, is forward to go forward, back to go back, but then left and right would just be left and right, so then how do you go up and down, the extra buttons for that? My idea was to simplify the buttons and replicate how I said I might have a midair stuff being, is that you, when you're in water, you are just going forward at a consistent rate, maybe, and then up, down, left, right are turning up, down, left, right, potentially. I don't know if I want, like, a accelerate and de-accelerate button for that necessarily, but if I decide that it's necessary, then, you know, we'll readdress that when we get there. But at least at a starting point, I want up, down, left, right to be relative to the camera, turning you in all the directions, I think. Possibly. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. The actual, like, buttons and stuff we can, once we have it kind of working, then we can tinker with it more, but, you know, we'll see. I want to do it in a way that then I can take that and mimic it for when you're in midair, being able to kind of able to angle, maybe to a lesser extent, and then also having gravity and air resistance, and then you're falling, kind of a thing. But yeah, so that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. So now let's start actually coding some stuff, shall we? So I gotta figure out where I want to start with this, and if I want a dedicated, separate underwater mode. I had the random counter of the day being based on how many times I think I'm going to be making new scripts for this. I'm like, oh, if I'm making some dedicated underwater code, do I dump that in its whole own script? Or does it become part of player move? That should just be like player at this point. If it can be independent enough, I think it would make sense being its own script, because that's usually good too. When did this get here? But if I think there's going to be a lot of overlap with what's already here, and even, well, a lot of what's in here is potentially still in progress, like there's some variable here that we haven't used. Oh yeah, because this was like breaking a bit, and it was something I was going to come back to, I believe. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. And then I need some code that's also going to, well, temporarily, eventually, you know, thing to decide, like, hey, we should switch between in-air mode and underwater mode or whatever. And then also, but for now, we're gonna like bypass it and pretend we're always underwater or whatever. So then I make sure that we can go into into play mode in this underwater mode and have everything be fine there, both with the player and the camera. I guess maybe I start by making it its own scripts, and then if there's a lot of overlap, then I assess that as we get there. But like I'll probably copy a lot of stuff here to start, and then I'll, you know, readdress that, I guess. Okay, so player, actually, no, make the thing here so it can just be here. Oh, no, not that. Something along the lines of player underwater move. And just generically call it player underwater. I don't know. If I feel the need to change it, flesh it out more, separate this into more scripts, then I'll get there. Even the player move as we've been writing it, once this is more complete, then I might copy and paste some chunks of this out into other scripts. We'll see. The original player, when we made them, they had stuff separated into different scripts. You know, like player move, visuals, interact, stun, da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, there is still some of that, but none of this is to do with the actual moving, so we don't care about that at the moment as much. But anyways, so we're not just starting from scratch, of course. Actually, I'm deciding what... if I need a script to decide, like, hey, we're underwater, do stuff, should that be here or in here? So one might need to reference the other, or have some third script that manages that and then just enables and disables either player move or player underwater. That'd be a cool way of doing it, is having some, like, Ooh. Having some kind of player state manager that just has, like, the different states the player can be in, and it's, like, grounded, in midair, underwater, cutscene or something, and then depending on it changing between states, it enables and disables certain scripts. That'd be cool. That conceptually sounds cool, especially if I need other scripts to, like, interface with this stuff. My one problem is, if I separate those things, like, too much, if I need to switch from one state to another, and, like, some things need some overlapping data, I don't know if that's going to be an issue. Like, player move is going to have some code related to falling, or trying to fall if we're on ground. Like, if we're on a slope, trying to, slowly going down the slope. So that transitioning to midair, full normal gravity. I don't know if that's going to be an issue to try and separate them like that. It sounds conceptually cool to split them up, but in practice it might have some issues. And then even the camera too, because there's going to need to be different camera behavior based on if we're on the ground, in midair, underwater. I mean, the midair and underwater, the intent is hopefully that they'll be very similar. A lot of overlap. I guess we'll start with, we'll try it, and then see if I regret it or not. Something like, so player state. The idea as well, beyond just like, oh, we're moving or we're underwater, having some kind of like in cutscene state that just cuts everything off sounds cool, potentially. I mean, it doesn't have to... I said that could be enabling and disabling whole scripts. It could just enable and disable certain booleans in scripts. So, like, player move has a get input boolean, so even just disabling that but keeping player move on could be part of a thing. But if I'm doing that, then maybe that's a point where I should be splitting player move into different functions to be able to be turned on and off. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Okay, so but let's just start with, so if I have some kind of, I don't know, public enum player states, which is going to be, or player, this is going to be player state controller or something, I don't know. And then in theory, if we have, in theory, we're going to start in the, just moving, well... If I'm, we'll see if it's something I want to do. Okay, I'd say on ground. If we're on a wall, I consider that to be on ground. Like, I don't want to put, like, on surface. On ground is fine. Relative ground. Midair. Underwater. And then, I mean, even this could be repurposed. If I make this underwater kind of code, like, any game things that could be similar to underwater, like if we had some segment in space or something, or like if where it uses the same code that whatever, we'll get there when we get there. And I'm gonna temporarily make cutscene be one that's like meant to be stop, don't do anything kind of thing. Like stop all input, but maybe like in cutscene I need to like move the player over somewhere and hijack input. We already have some code like that on the old player stuff, but just as a conceptual thing. So public, player states equals da-da-da-da. So, well, okay, my one, thing I'm just realizing with this, if I want to, so I can use this to then decide, like, what's the player, oh, also this is not the, current player state or something. I can have this start as underwater, as if just for the sake of what I'm testing now, but eventually it's going to need to be like not something I set here. I can set like a starting state, but then other code's going to immediately decide, hey, we're falling, hey, we're on ground, whatever. So technically it's most likely that in practice we're going to start first frame in midair, the few seconds take like the second or the frame or whatever to fall into ground, maybe, or maybe we could get away with it being started counting as on ground. I don't know. Anyway, I do also have to potentially consider, a thing I just thought of is that, like, if we're on the ground, we have small little bumps, that might be some stuff that doesn't go full mid-air controls, might stick, like, might have some lenience, so, like, you have to be off ground for, like, a full second or something. Otherwise, we use some modified on-ground controls where you still are on ground, but just being, where, like, mid-air is more like skydiving mode kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So if we, for now though, we're gonna pretend that we're underwater all the time. Yeah. I guess, how do I want to actually do this? Like, how do I want to actually have this control the other things? If I have player underwater, and we'll say hypothetically that's doing stuff, and we have player move, and that's hypothetically doing stuff. So, well, there's two ways I could do this, actually. One, whenever this changes, I have it, well, if I change it from the editor, that's more annoying to just, like, try and call some kind of, and I could put some, I could wrap this in a getter setter. No, if I put you in a get set thing, then you stop showing up in the editor, right? I think that's a thing. That's annoying, unless I do some other funkier stuff. I can set up, like, an event that I invoke stuff or whatever. I was trying to think if there's an easy way that, like, in editor, I could change this and have it go. I could, in theory, if this is, like, maybe the master thing on the player, instead of having these having updates and whatever, I mean, it's gonna 100% need to be the case, like, regardless of how I do some things here, I'm definitely, for sure, gonna want some kind of references to player move, and, not that. Player underwater, and like we'll get to the other ones. Maybe another way I could go about this, well, not like that, is hold on, one other thing. Let me just get the references before I forget to entirely. Oh hey, I made a new script as well. I forgot to update that. I made two. I made that. Wow, I didn't actually think I'd be updating that soon, this much. I wasn't sure going into this whether I would decide to just keep lengthening player move, but it'd be the smarter thing not to, I suppose. But my point was, if this is like the master update stuff that happens, and from here it just has a switch statement, switch current player state, case that, break, I just put in all of them. And then, not that, I missed one, case, case, cutscene. Okay, and then can you, oh wait, these are supposed to be, cool. Oh no, there, yeah, okay. If I, just do this, will you fix all your formatting? Yeah, pretty well. So my idea that, I don't know if it's the way that this should be done, but if potentially, if this controlled calling this thing's, I renamed it from fixed update into something else. If this controlled calling its fixed update, so, you know, if I just change the state, then it calls different functions. And then here it has some functions, and this is like the master, the brain that controls everything or controls nothing. So in theory, if I wanted to completely shut off the player, all I have to do is turn off this. If I want to change the player to cutscene state, I just change the thing, and everything else just goes accordingly. The only downside is if I have lots of scripts with different, like, updates or whatever, I potentially have this thing needing references to all of them to call all the right things, rather than just having it be an update. It would give me more control of, if I need some things to happen in certain orders, like this, but, I mean, inside of a script, I would need the, I would need this to call everything, in theory. I guess we'll try this, and which that means I need to make sure this is on the same fixed time step as this. Which that means I wouldn't want to actually call, what do I call, like, manual fixed update? I don't know. So, surely, in theory, start functions are probably fine. And then u.manual fixed update. I'm unsure if this is the best way to go with it. And right now, on-ground and Midair are the same. We'll let it be the same. In theory, then cutscene is like, it shouldn't necessarily be calling nothing, because the player has some stuff that's like, just because we're not pressing inputs, there's like, just because we're not pressing buttons, there is some amount of momentum that might still need to happen. If we're like flying through the air, we want to, you know, do that as if we're just not pressing buttons rather than just freezing midair, hypothetically. And also I count cutscene as like even like mid-level. If I it could be different types of cutscene type things, but if mid-level, we just want to be like, hey, look over there's a button, and then go back to controlling the player. Like mid-level, like mini cutscene type things, I count as being in this. Just any time where I want to take control away from the player for any time. This is a thing I guess we come back to. It's not, it's like a placeholder for something that might happen. I'm just trying to decide if this is how this should be done. Or whether I should just be enabling or disabling the different scripts. I mean, if I disable it, then I'm losing everything. If I do this, I can get some control over enabling and disabling certain things. Or if I just have a bunch of booleans in here that this is flickering on different scripts. But I think this would be something I come back to. It works enough for now for my testing of things. So this is like, I call this like manual fixed update or whatever. And that's gonna be this. What? You don't do anything, but you. Why are you already? Oh, because you have to be public. Yep. Before I get too deep into this, let me just put these scripts on the things. I'm also just gonna these things that I'm not touching. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the fall respawn things. Where did I put just now the script that I made? Player state controller. I guess that's worthy of being the top thing. Hold on, can't find that. And player state controller. Boom. Oh. What do you mean? Did I misspell something? What's with you and think you are missing stuff? You player state controller. You do match, I think. I don't. No. Should you make any change while you recompile? Will you just magically fix yourself? Yes, apparently so. I didn't actually think that would work. I will gladly take it though. Okay. You dare, and then you're gonna start the underwater state for now. Eventually, that will not be the case. And then play underwater. Eventually, that'll be probably lower down in the priority list here. But while it's the thing we're messing with, it's going to be right there. Okay. So, hypothetically, I guess this should get a reference to its own, just to kind of help these scripts be more independent as well. It should have its own rigid body reference and just get that. So I don't have to go like player move.rb. The main thing I'm worried about with the way I'm doing this, in theory, they could, like, a lot of parts of these could run independently of each other. I'm more worried about the transitions from one state to another and whether that's gonna be an issue, but I guess we deal with that when we get to it. Also, yeah, that's that. Okay, so how do we want to start with this water-based movement? And how much do I want to steal from this? In theory, I'm going to be stealing most of this, probably. Do I just start by copying it all, basically, and then changing things? It's funny that this ground check shouldn't ever matter, right? Like, if we're swimming underwater and we hit a wall, I think we ignore it, probably, in theory. It'd be a cool idea. It'd be a cool idea if there was. It would be a cool idea if you could have like magnet walls underwater, and those were special. Even when you're doing the underwater controls, you'd still stick to them, and then basically have like maybe slower like ground movement, but on those like magnet walls underwater. Hypothetically, but that's like beyond the scope of what we're even needing to care about right here, right now. So, okay, I'm gonna start by copying. Well, if I copy most of this, I'm not gonna use. I should copy things bits at a time. Otherwise, this is gonna be filled with a bunch of bloat of just things I'm not using, right? Oh shoot, the camera is also gonna need to know. Well, no, I was gonna say the camera might need its. It might eventually need its own state controller for other things, but for now, it should just look at the player's state control thing and be like, is it in whatever state, do this control. If it's in this state, do that control. Like, part of my worry is like the in between, but I'm hoping that if we just have like, you know, you're doing thing A and then you switch to thing B, but they both have like smoothing applied to whatever they're doing. So I'm hoping the camera won't one frame snap to a thing. It'll, you know, smooth into, you know, the new behavior that it should be having. That's the hope. Okay. Yawning too much. So I guess I start with getting input. Or, I mean, before I do that, the technical thing that I want, before I even do any chaining, I said I just want to, you know, have the player exist in midair, not be falling, and just be going forward and having the camera be right behind them. I guess that's the starting thing that I want. So the player direction should be here. Let me. I should probably make different functions just the same way I did in my player move for just different things. We're gonna like get input and move different ways. Blah blah blah. Move forward. Forward. Why can't I spell? Forward is the word I was trying to spell. Okay, so here, hypothetically, it, just RB dot add force. I guess, well, I was going to say in vector type form. I guess I add it based on transform dot up, because that is the. If apply force in that way, and if we turn, then it being redirected in that way. Which then, I don't know if I want to manually take the velocity and change it or not, but I guess we'll kind of see in practice what looks best. Everything guys, hi, hello, hello. Is it you or is you ain't my constituency? I can pretend that that's a word. To be consistency, but buoyancy at the end or something like that. Well, I don't know, but hello, welcome to the stream. Regardless, we are doing some funky things in a desperate attempt to try and fix making this all work, kind of, sort of. How long is it already? No way we've been already going for 48 minutes. What? In what world has it been 48 minutes? I've been rambling, and I showed a bit of Ratchet and Clank to explain some of the camera stuff I was talking about, but I didn't feel like we were doing that long of just introductory nonsense. I need to pick up the pace. Herbivores, so go along that direction, times some speed we can come up with. Public, float, forward speed, and whether it's more of a speed or a force, it's fine to just call it speed. Times blag. Constituent is a word not having anything to do with buoyancy. Ah, well, I see, and that is totally a word that I know the definition to. It totally means part of being a whole, being a voted member of a community or organization having the power to appoint or elect a member of a constituency, a component part of something. Wow, it just suddenly popped into my brain. All right, after Googling it, yeah. All right, fair enough. All right. Okay, so, hold on. I need to now take this out of here and rise the player up a bit, and in theory, well, the player's gonna be going down based on that. Shoot. Okay, I get why that's happening. I'd like it to, if we, I guess, would you want to start going down? Oh. Okay, hold on. If we are above water, going right now, we're pretending we're going to be always underwater. But hypothetically, if you started with, you go into water with some speed, you would have some velocity, and that should just translate to you with the velocity that you were going at. But not straight down. Yeah. That almost sounds like if we're in a grounded state, transform dot forward to become negative. Well, I guess it just goes off velocity. We're not going to be standing still and then suddenly be in water. But if we were hypothetically in a rising water room, that should default to forward or something. Oh boy. Jeez. All right. So is you or is you ain't. Oh wait, no, it's a quote from my "Oh brother, where art thou?" Or a quote from "Oh brother." Wait, "Oh brother," is that like you saying your brother, or is that some like show or movie or book or something I'm not familiar with? Is you or is you ain't my constituency? Maybe I vaguely recognize that. 100% sure. Oh, brother, where art thou is a movie. I recognize the Shakespearean in that, but yeah. Romeo, where art thou? Alright, yeah. Cool. What am I doing? Okay, this doesn't matter. I'm thinking too much about an edge case that's very rare and very unlikely, and I just need to I need to start with. It'd be less annoying if I just start with like public vector 3 that we'll come back to later. That's like starting direction equals vector 3 dot forward, and then transform dot position equals direction dot. That's not gonna be good long term, but eventually. Right, I need to wait, gravity's going. I have gravity there, but didn't I? No, I have gravity off because I like manually apply gravity in player move. Why are we falling at all? Oh no, wait, we're not turned. Hold on. Rotation. This isn't even at all what I did completely the wrong stuff. How are we having forward velocity? I don't know. I did the wrong thing and was very confused by the results. Transform dot look at. When look at's not going to work because look at changes your forward to point towards. Okay, because I said this is a temporary thing, it doesn't really matter. Transform dot just look at vector 3 dot up. Just to go forward as a temporary thing. I don't like having a temporary thing like that. I'd rather have something that's more robust that's going to work here and in a real scenario, but oh well. I need to fit... Why are we falling still? I don't know. I need to finish my editing down to Skyrim, so I'm going to hurry up and delete the vids because I have no storage left. Oh no. Lots of streams. Yeah, being an issue, huh? Oh boy. Yeah, imagine me lots and lots of footage, taking up lots and lots of space over many hours. Yeah, fun. Yeah, good luck with that, and especially the massive like Adobe Premiere projects having that much footage. Yeah, good luck with all that. Okay. Water, certain direction. This should be super simple, and I don't know why it's not. This is starting here and shouldn't be calling anything. Is there some code on here that I thought isn't running, but actually is? None of this fall code should be running. Let's do a quick bit of testing of like, I mean, kind of. Technically, like, I need to start with this beginning bit of stuff being perfect. If we're not going exactly in this direction, something is wrong. Let me turn off the player move code to make sure that nothing's happening on it. That's still the same. Weird. Funky. Even also, I noticed that us like starting going slow and then going faster. That's also not correct. There needs to be some more drag. It's more meant to be going forward at a not slow, like a decent but consistent speed, which could be a hard velocity set. But like whatever your velocity is, it should be like slowly speed up to that speed and then kind of hit a maximum. Unless other things could potentially make you faster, like if there's wind, like air current, underwater currents or whatever. Could be a thing. Hypothetically. Hold on. Turns out like 17 hours of Skyrim COD takes a lot of the little storage I had. Oh no. 17 hours? Yeah, that's a ton. I don't use Adobe. I made a guess because it's the popular thing that people use. I've used like 3 different editing softwares in the past. Shotcut, Movavi Video Suite. I got for $8 because it was on sale. Adobe Premiere is what I'm currently using. Is there another one in between? I want to say I tried out some other thing, maybe. I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah. Would you like to be on my main monitor or side monitor? Oh, the choices. Flip a coin. What? I don't know. Just. If your video editing be important to have that on your main monitor, I can be off on some side monitor. It's fun. But yeah, best of luck with, hope all that video stuff be going good, and you can find your way through it, and all that. I am doing what should be the simplest thing ever as a temporary thing, and I don't know why it's... We're just gonna temporarily, because this is not important, just if the player entered water like this, have them be going in that direction, perfect 90, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, this was temporary code that if it's not working, I don't need to spend the time to be debugging it. I mean, if I did it not through a .look at, then potentially it'd be fine. Now, this also weirdly flies off to the side, which, no, good. So that's... Actually, what is the kind of max speed that we hit? Oh, we go faster and faster and faster. Oh, we going fast. Yes, okay, cool. So, part of that is because I don't have drag on the actual player... the actual rigid body. I have some custom drag being applied here. Do I have some kind of common script that both of these reference? Or because right now I'm about to just copy and paste this code, but I don't know if it might change. Especially this underwater thing, I imagine that stuff with this might change, but I guess for now we'll make it different. We'll allow it to be its own thing, I suppose. Do that, blah, blah, blah. You need public variable. Where are you? This guy. We'll see. I'm unsure about that, but we'll see. What do I have as... I have you as 10. We'll start the default that I had from before, 5. Ooh, that's not fast. So now, one thing I definitely want to do is that, I know often water levels can be a problem in that they're very slow and sluggish. I want to cheat the system and be able to have these, like, you know, underwater controls that are not that way. So, yeah, that's the hope. Now I want to see if I now, from here, start turning... Oh, right, the camera. Oh, hey, I just realized that the camera isn't completely breaking. Huh. Fascinating. So, if I'm turning the player like this, you know, in theory, this is technically already, you know, this is sort of working. Kind of. If the camera just, you know, turned with this, that is, in a way, the behavior that we want. So, let's, before I go any further... I changed a bunch of numbers and I didn't, it was 110, right? Was what that was, I believe. I'm also not going to have oxygen underwater be a thing. I don't think. If I want to recess that later, I could, but hypothetically, you know, I thought it's also a thing that people do, like, in underwater stuff. I can just give, by having my game be slightly sci-fi, I can give whatever sci-fi explanation I want, but the player can just have some kind of oxygen mask or whatever being underwater, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. It be good. Should I use subtitles because I hate myself? Oh no! Oh no! I've never done like subtitles of that degree with any video stuff. I haven't done that much crazy like video editing at all ever, but if you want to get them views, maybe it's what you gotta do. But I don't know. Yeah, hey man with a scuba tank. Yeah, that like, okay. If I'm starting to like more and more turn the unicycle itself into this sci-fi gizmo that does whatever I need it to do for a given level, I don't know. We'll see what it can do. As you might have missed this from the beginning of the stream, but I was saying that animation-wise, I want that when you're both in midair and underwater, I want the wheel to be pointing towards where you're going, and then I want the player, when we animate him, to be like hanging off the side, like grabbing on for dear life when we're in midair. Whether he's grabbing onto like here or on like the pedals or like hands here or something, you know, the hand position doesn't matter that much, but just grabbing on like, oh no, problems. That's animation-wise what I want to happen. And then that's also going to follow for underwater, but a little bit less so. But I think then it'd be super cool if then the wheel itself turned sideways and then was a propeller. So whether it also has some fancy oxygen gizmo, I don't even know. But yeah, it's less like not everything needs a sci-fi explanation or anything in video game needs any explanation ever. But hypothetically, if I wanted to, then I could. Hypothetically, in theory. Not getting any views. I do like putting. If you like putting on something else on things, then go for it. Are you gonna go as insane to the TikTok degree of every single word that you say gets its own subtitle as you say it? I think with those with TikTok, they like there's like an automatic thingy thing that can generate those, and then how accurate they are is a separate question. But I like subtitles, but I hate my own voice. Oh no! Welcome to the club, pal. Nah, yeah. Oh yeah, but I don't use TikTok. Nor do I really, but like yeah, hear the occasional thing with it and all that stuff. But yeah. Also, when I made the Cyberchroma brand, I had to immediately go make an account on every website known to man. Not every, all the social medias, just to have the name. But yeah. Anywho. Okay, so where is this camera? Okay, so camera following player in this new manner. Very similar, but new manner. Part of me thinks that a lot of this is going to be the same, but surely, will the camera have more or less states? Oh yeah, I just realized that the player might eventually have a repairing state. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Like, part of me wants to, like, do the same thing with having the camera have a camera state thing. Well, what the camera does is going to be based on, a lot of what the camera does is going to be based on what the player is doing. So, this starting bit would be, need to, get a reference to, yeah, I'll just drag and drop it, it's fine. Player state controller needs to look at its states and then, do stuff based on that. I guess I'm gonna start by just going switch this and case underwater, the one that we're actually caring about. Oh, wait, what the heck? Or is player state dot underwater? Oh, I didn't put the brackets, that's why you're being funky. Wait, or no, you just, why am I just made, wait, hold on, I literally just did, how did I do this earlier this stream, and I'm forgetting the formatting. You just, yeah, no, your brackets, and then you're without brackets, and you get a colon there, yep, that's, the controller dot, oh, right, dot current players. That's why, yeah, it's being funky. Okay. And we come back to the other cases in a second, but, well, I guess default for now is gonna be, oops. Default is the, if it wasn't any of the others, I believe. What's your problem? I'm trying to have this default letter, no, what do you mean? Oh wait, I had extra bracket there. Oh, that was your problem. You're good. You're good. All right, it's fine. It's fine. I know I see shorts from TikTok with subtitles with always dumb mistakes, and I'm like, they're only 14 words of the video, and you got 6 wrong. Then you can just fix manually with posting. Yeah, but you see, they gotta post like 20 videos a day. They don't got the time to fix them. Moments of subtitles going wrong. Can't stop for the content. Anyway, so we're gonna dump all of this in here. And then I expect this to be very similar and have a lot of overlap. I'm not sure how much. So we're gonna start by just copying it twice, which I might come to regret. Oh, right, I can't. Oh, I forgot this. Right, if I had an if else, I could make the variables separately, but because fine, in the interest of time, I'm just gonna do it the fancy way. I'll just go make it an if statement just to not deal with the scope stuff. If if player state controller dot states is equal to player state dot underwater, then do the fancy things I want you to do right now, and then just do a quick else. I'm like spending too much time on like the semantic like setup stuff rather than the stuff I actually meant to be messing around with more. What? Give me the else. Why are you not? Where did an extra bracket happen? Oh no. Oh, just didn't have a bracket there. Somehow missed that. Da 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 da. Not any of what that is trying to be. And then you, and then this. Are we good? We're not good? Fine. Complicated, but fine. I'm trying to judge if you code like your... You code like your base build. Yeah, ouch. Ouch. I mean, this is not great, but, yeah, especially as I'm going, like, back and forth between different, like, oh, what's the best way to do this for, like, going forward to not have problems, like, whatever. And it's fine. Anyways, this. Temporarily... let me just put that down there and it's fine to it. Come back to it later. Equivalent of making lockers for each material separately. Oh, yeah. Alright, so, I, now need to, hold on. Convert this code that is well, it's the code that's doing some stuff with the players in ground, or, underwater, in air, or on the ground, or on walls, or whatever, and I want it to be like, okay, here's what should be happening when we're underwater, and then comparing how samey it ends up being to down here, and then I can combine the common parts, which might just be at these if statements, but we'll see. So, now I gotta remind myself what all was going on here. So, camera's look position starts at the player's position, and then if we're on the ground, goes a bit this goes up by the player's height. That's gonna be at the height. Yes, that is. I just want this one. Camera, so, okay, target camera look position basically is, like, what the camera's looking at, and it also starts as, like, have the camera start here and then zoom out from it, effectively, to then have the camera be where it actually is. So, having that start being effectively at the player's head, even when we're doing that sideways thing, which effectively is at around, like, yeah, it's gonna be like, you take the wheel, go up the seat, it's around there, even if I turn the player around later on, but hypothetically where their head would be if they were on it. Camera look position. Oh, this is what our camera look position ideally should be, and then this is like smoothly going towards it for smoothing sake. Then player turn amount. These are both the same right now. Yeah, because I was messing with stuff. So hypothetically for right now, this can just be that. Come back to that. This horizontal turn angle is the, like, when they move to the side, how the camera does that extra, like, turning. That has to do with that stuff. And amount to turn. Get axis horizontal. What? Oh, wait. This is just getting left and right input. I thought I didn't do that way. I guess I do. Huh. And I square it, and then the absolute value of this times... Oh! Oh no, I use that in conjunction with the velocity. Right. Yeah, and that's to, like, if we're... Yeah. That part of the, like, turning the camera. So this should stay... maybe unchanged? I'm not completely sure. I'll come back to that. Then this bit that's deciding the camera's direction, so like basically what angle of, you know, the camera is, you know, is it going, which is taking in, okay, so this is bits that's gonna actually have to change more, I believe. Yeah, this might be the part that has to change significantly. So this, currently, for if the player's on the ground, it, basically takes the forward direction of the player, the way that they're facing, starts it like at that, then turns vertically the amount it should based on previous calculations, and then turns horizontally the amount that it should based on previous calculations, and then down here it actually sort of then backs up. So if you imagine the camera being on top of the player, it turns the right way, and then it backs up relative to that direction. So if we are doing this underwater camera where we want the camera right beside the player-ish, roughly speaking, you know, with some smoothing and whatever. Would I actually... Wait. Oh, vertical angle is only... Currently, it's a fixed number, because it's eventually going to do stuff when we are, when we get mouse input and whatever. But just for now... Actually, first of all, I think I'm fine to get rid of all this and, you know, put this down here. this should start with, instead of player.forward, the negative player.up. Oh, that's not what I typed. Player.up. I don't need to project it on anything. I think I just take that value at face value. Just start being that. Ooh, I gonna comment this line out for now and come back to it. And even as a temporary thing, but a more short-term temporary thing, we're gonna cut that out for right now. Blah, blah. Camera position. Zoom out from that. Actually set... So, oh, this... Oh, wait. I just said it directly? No, I need to. Yeah. Never mind. For a second, I was about to say that, oh, hey, this should, like, slurp to this. It shouldn't. Because... reasons. That are more going to be important for when we have the camera zooming in and out for walls and stuff. It'll be this number that, like, smoothly becomes whatever it needs to be beforehand, which is kind of what the horizontal angle does some stuff with. Hello, did you, oh wait, did you say slurp? Yes, I did. Camera rotations is, where that commonly be done. Hey, there it is! It's the function! It's real! It exists! What is this bit doing? What is this bit doing? What is this versus... it does the same thing, because it temporarily did different things before, I believe, when I've been messing around with code earlier today. Trying to just get this thing to work. Trying to remember the difference between this and, this. Target direction. This is used for the player, like, this is like, the camera's facing, you know, this way. What's its up direction being spun around is what I think this has to do with. Equals, I had some stuff here with target rotation. Yeah, look, because this used to be just a look at function, but I don't like it being that because you can't smooth it necessarily. I'm starting a petition to have you use all your redemption things, even if or in your game at least once, even if it's pointless. Well, I mean, I can't exactly use a NOP function because it's well, you know what? It's an assembly code instruction to do nothing. So the closest thing to that would just be like, I mean, you'd be making a variable that doesn't do nothing. Int NOP equals 0. Hey, look, that code does not... I mean, it makes a variable if it's not used. It's technically something. A multiplexer is a CPU thing. Oh, I still see all that stuff going. That's great. Multiplexer is a CPU thing that has to kind of do with making choices. And you know what? It's not too far off from kind of having a state machine kind of thing like this. It's very different. It's not that far off. Quantize is a funny word in, like, quantum mechanics and in music theory, actually. So, when I eventually potentially make level music for levels, I just do some... When you can take, like, oh, here's, you know, the MIDI things of what somebody played, and, oh, because human error, they're slightly off, you highlight them all, you press the quantize button, and then they come, like, perfectly, like, on beat or whatever. It's basically what that has to do with. Make them more exact. And eigen decomposition is a math thing. It's a word that's too long for its own good. It's like, I've done stuff with eigenvectors, eigenvalues. I barely even remember what, oh god, it has to do with matrices, where you have, like, isn't a eigenvector something where it's like, if you take a matrix, you multiply it by an eigenvector, it either that makes it become the inverse, or that makes it become the identity matrix or something like that. Eigen decomposition is like an extra step beyond that in terms of when, I don't even fully remember, I just remember seeing that the word is eigen decomposition. Yeah, in linear algebra, eigendecomposition is the factorization of a matrix into a canonical form, whereby the matrix is represented in terms of its eigenvalues and eigenvectors. So you represent a matrix in terms of eigenvalues and eigenvectors. Yeah. Only diagonalizable matrices can be factored in this way. Yeah. Yay. Fun. Yeah, we don't need to get into that. I can not touch that as long as I live. I'm good. Hello world, I see that too. Yeah. Well, you know what? I can go print hello. Oh. Hello world. There it is. It's up in the color. It's real. It does exist. Wow. Yeah. Anyways, so this thing isn't being used. This was updating the last player-facing direction, which is gonna be the based on how I'm using this, the negative player dot up while we're in midair. Blam, something like that. Okay, so now that I did that, this I said if we're underwater, and then we're ignoring this for now and just staying having that old behavior down there. Did it actually compile? Somehow it did. I don't need to add any new scripts on anything else. I'm expecting this to go badly. Null errors. Oh, I had to drag and drop the thing. Okay, that's something. That is a thing that I did not do. Blam. I'll do that. Oh, I might make that like a singleton thing, but okay. As a start, technically it's working. I should see now if I manually were to turn the player like this. Technically, yeah. Oh, well. Like, it's all jittery because of me just messing with the value the way that I am. But, which I kind of prefer if even doing this it wasn't so jittery, but no, well, that is... It be how it be, because physics. Okay, that's a starting point. Also, I win. You do win, indeed. Where... So now... Actually, wait, I never messed with... Well... Seeing if these are gonna work properly is gonna be a thing for, what am I trying to say? Seeing if these are gonna work is gonna be based on, after the player is turning. And these are more gonna have to do with when we get, like, mouse input or right control stick input, be able to go on top of all this, then yeah, we'll see when we get there. For now, though, I guess the next thing on top of this would be taking in player input and moving the player, which I want to turn the player relative to the camera. So when we're on ground, we want to take the camera and say, like, forward is that way. Now I almost want to flatten against the camera and say up, down, left, right. But instead of moving in those directions, I want to turn the player in those directions to go in those directions, is the idea, potentially. Yeah, so this should be a matter of just copying my get input function. It will need some changes. Oh, also, I just noticed I apply this custom drag at the beginning of this. I'm going to assume I had a good reason for doing that, and I'll probably want to keep that same behavior, just because. Blam, and then you here, and then get input before move forward. Get input. Blam. Okay, so if we're assuming, like, we're ignoring the ground check stuff. Oh, no, this was temporarily. I temporarily just made it so that there was no, took away input in midair just for testing's sake. I didn't remove it before. That's fine, we'll get back to that. So now I got some things that I gotta see how many of these am I making variables for. I mean, are we ever gonna, like, turn input off in the water? It's probably good to just have a... Well, no, in theory, I might not need this anymore. We'll see. If I want to, you know, if I have the state controller change to, like, cutscene mode or whatever. I guess maybe I will get rid of that for now. Oh, I got all this stuff as well. Unsure. I will get rid of it for now and come back to it. Okay. We need a reference to the player camera. I don't love when things reference, like, thing A references thing B and thing B references thing A. But in this case, I kind of need... well, it's more that the player camera needs to see the values on the player state controller. Player underwater needs to just know what way is the camera facing. So we're just the transform of it. It's still public, transform, camera. Player camera, just to not use the actual camera name that's kind of taken. Okay, blam, and you're good. So this is what's going to potentially change now. I'll go top down from here. Yeah, so input direction forward, meaning that what is up? If we're holding up, what way should that be? And that is take the camera. So from before the other code, it's I take the camera and I project it onto the ground. In this case, I should be just... Is it actually just gonna be, what, player camera dot up? And that's it? I think so? Maybe? Possibly? We're gonna find out, I guess. And then input direction dot right is just gonna then be camera dot right. I worry that that's not gonna be enough, but I guess we're gonna see. New direction equals get input, blag, get input, blarg. Now we have the way that we are desiring to move. And then I had code down here that, like, does more stuff on top of that, where, making sure this can't go above 1. If, then, look direct. So I had... Why do I have new direction and look direction as two separate things? I'm sure I have a good reason. Let me just compare this back over here just to mind myself. It's that I think has to do with how some of these values are used in other scripts. What? This look direction is used somewhere, right? Surely it is. Something uses this somewhere. Yeah, Line to Ground uses it. Okay. Yeah, but if the underwater stuff doesn't need it, then I don't need that variable there. Okay, so in theory, I get rid of that line. New direction, that magnitude is... Oh, right. Oh, I don't know how I want to treat this here for this underwater thing, but I did have a thing at one point, or it is the case with the ground movement of, like, if you're moving in the same direction for a while, you get extra speed to go faster in that direction. If you stop, which is like velocity get too low, and or you stop pressing buttons, then we kind of reset that bonus. Otherwise, then it's building up, and then we clamp it to a max thing. I don't think this applies underwater. I think we'll see. Desired direction. So new direction and desired direction are different. Oh, I take the direction and then I flatten it to the ground. That's gotta change. I don't think I need to flatten it to anything. Right, and then desired direction, I clamp here because if we're in midair, then if we're in midair, then I reduce it based on the fact that if we're flying... Well, I used to. This might change. We're going to see. But the old way of how you kind of flew through the air, I wanted you to stay going in this arc. So, when you immediately go in midair, the momentum that's carrying you, like sort of divide, like the momentum carrying you through the air, having that be more of what's taking you through the air as you're in air for a certain amount of time, then that starts to matter less, and then your input matters a lot more. That was the idea with that, and some of that might still happen, but I imagine it might change a considerable degree. So none of this matters though for the underwater thing, I believe. Not you, not you. I don't think you. So all that can go by. So now, this is just getting the input. Now this direction, I need to actually do stuff with it, which is the whole turning thing, which I guess I should turn before I do the moving forward thing, I guess. If I'm to put that into its own function, I guess, void turn? I guess just turn that, yeah, that is accurate. And it's actually gonna go before, move forward in this case. So, this is the bit that gets a bit funkier of, like, how should it actually work. So the idea is that I up, down, left, and right, turn the player in that direction, turn them up, down, left, right. In water, it's gonna be perfect. In midair, gravity's gonna be involved. And I don't think we want to be able to do, like, flips in midair because of this. We'll see. Would it also be the case that the faster you're going, the less you should be able to turn for it to look realistic? I mean, technically, moving in midair is completely not realistic, but in a game sense, obviously that's a standard staple thing that happens. I guess we're gonna try stuff and see what it looks like, and then change afterwards. So I just need to go RB dot. I guess it's better to turn with actual physicsy stuff. So do I want to add relative torque? Take a thing, turn it up, down, left, right, relative to... Ooh, I'm unsure. Well, let's try stuff. So, and... Well, let's just start, like, to simplify it. If I just want to be, like... If I just want to turn left, what's that going to mean? From the player's direction... Oh, the player can be spun anyway. No, we'll have to be always up relative to the camera, probably. That makes the most sense. Maybe. Up relative to the camera. Ooh. Well, hold on. Add torque in on the axis of that would be like try transform not forward might do what I want. I'm not super confident in that. And then times new direction. You were a local thing. Hold on. Yeah, I'm less confident in this, but I guess let's see what's gonna happen. Private vector 3, just input direction is what I'll call it. Yeah, maybe that's hopefully gonna be fine relative to those things. Blam times some turn speed that might have other stuff affecting it, but we'll see about that. Float turn speed equals also like 10. Technically it's an angular force, but whatever, speed is fine. And you wait, sorry, what's your problem? You don't like me multiplying a vector by a vector. Right. Oh, well, I said turning left would be whatever. Technically this dot, oh no, hold on. Why am I having such a hard time conceptualizing this? Especially because I'm not turning it based on, I'm turning it based on, like, the negative, like, up. I basically just want, somehow, looking at this, we're either turning on this axis, or turning on this axis. But even if we're turned, like, weirdly like this, so you relative, I get, oh, is it always gonna be? No, so that's not, like, consistently, whatever. How's that? Okay. How do I get what axis that is and turn on it? And do I do this through relative torque or just normal torque relative to, like, the camera or something? Why am I struggling to... rotational stuff is weird and complicated. Yeah. Here, let me just start with this, just to test the waters. If I just add relative torque at turn dot forward, is that going to constantly turn me? And oh, I just got to assign the things. Not there, but here into. Where are you? There. Mm-hmm. Not seeing turning. Turn. Not seeing any turning. Did I not call the function? Do I have to apply a lot more speed? Okay. Let me, for sake of testing, this could help me just figure stuff out. Temp, turn, direction. If I pass this in here, and then while in play mode, start messing with it. This is direction, how much to turn. I'm not seeing anything happen. Actually, yeah, why is... Wait, what? Is... What? Excuse me? Is... The add fours? Uh-huh. Oh, it's because of these guys, isn't it? Oh, I just... Well, that might cause some problems. No, it's not. Wait. Oh, yeah. Well, and it could... Do I want to turn through torque or maybe just turn through normal means? I have no idea why it's not turning. At all. The function's being called. Let me just be extra sure that it is being called, and this has gotta be, but usually, like, the first step with debugging is make sure the code's actually being caused and not spending super long just not having any code happening. I could change, there's like force mode dot, with impulse. It makes it more of an explosion force, but like if it wasn't turning before, I don't think this is gonna make it turn. Weird. If something does though, that'd be information learned. Why are you not turning? Oh, I made the angular drag infinity because, well, if we're on ground, I don't want the player falling over. And this is, I think I routinely turn on and off when we're on ground versus in midair. Maybe. But I worry, like, hitting off of something and turning because of that. It's not something I would want. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, there it be. Hold on. Slow down, you. Have some drag. Oh boy. Wow, okay, that's a lot. Well, you know, it is a lot. It makes sense that it's a lot when that's so high. Okay. Jeez. Slow down, you. What is a lot? And because you're on impulse. That would make sense. I guess. Well, good that we tested that. Part of this. So to turn the directions that I want relative... Oh, also the camera whipping around like that is not something I want. At all. We'll come back to that too. So I don't want to turn on that axis. I just want to turn on the X and Z if I'm looking at relative torque. Right? Is that turning the way I want? I don't think so. Oh. Well, yeah, local torque. You're going relative to the way that you're facing, which like makes sense, but the camera should be facing that way. Okay, before we go any further, I'm just deciding if unfreezing the rotation of the player like that, because I don't know if that's going to cause any issues. I don't want, like, you know, buggy physics because of anything like that with spinning around. If I try to turn it manually to, like, transform the turning, that could also introduce its own problems with potentially clipping through stuff at high speeds. Or something along those lines. Let me go back to here real quick, and it is the case that the camera shouldn't be... I looked at this and then I skipped it. It shouldn't be doing anything based on the ground normal at all. The ground should not be a part of the equation here. Also, these both point... This is a conditional if statement, like, ternary operator thing. They point to the same things because these used to be different, and then they weren't. Hold on. So... Look rotation of basically the way to look at... Target rotation with the up direction being player dot forward, I think. That fixes one of my issues. The other one over here is that take this off impulse. I mean, do I want to apply it custom? I kind of see no reason to, but doing it through the angular velocity might be fine. But, oh well, I guess we'll just do angular drag is equals, I don't know, and then... Angular drag factor equal blah, and angular drag coefficient blarg and into blarg. So that will do that. This will turn. I still don't have the actual direction that you should be turning. So somehow it seemed that like well, what happens if I just pass in? At this point, I already... Are you going to be on the right axis if I do this? I'm going to assume no. But let's just see what happens if I do that. I'm going to assume bad things will happen. Turn off these. You not on infinity, but on 0. You having that. The temp term direction no longer being used. Okay. And yeah, those aren't being used anymore. Is this too high? Is the speed too low? You turning a little bit? Not at all. Why? Input direction, she should be getting. Being normalized to 1, which makes sense. Times turn speed. Oh. No, I thought... I see tiny bit there. Are you doing tiny bit stuff? What is your problem? Oh, wait. Oh, is this the other way around? Hold on. Did I... If this is 0, then it's going to immediately cancel out, right? Or... Unsure. Hold on. Let me get rid of this for a minute. May have just blindly did wrong things there. Yeah, velocity times equals drag factor. So that should be the other way around, right? Am I not mistaken? Or no, because no, that's based on this, not that. I don't know, whatever. Let's just go about that for a second. You make counter of the day. How much basic stuff you can break? Well, see, I don't want to be setting it every 2 seconds and having the counter go up to a bajillion. Yeah, lots of stuff do be breaking. I don't know why, actually. Here, I'm not using that, so I should go and, have it not be there. That's not being used, so changing that shouldn't do anything. Don't know... Huh, it's like, it's not working. If I press the buttons a couple more times, maybe it'll suddenly decide to work. Wow. I guess I should confirm... This is actually spitting out what I want. This is more annoying in, no, I'll just print statement this down here. Input. Oops. I mean, my next guess is somehow this ain't doing right. And it's basically getting all 0s. No, that is correct. That's correct data. That's a good-ish sign. So back to here then. I commented out you. Let's go back by making it some just random big thing. Transform dot or the thing that I said, the random temp turn direction that shouldn't be having a difference. Go stuff, but I don't know. What? What do you mean? Excuse me? But if I put in input direction and then hold up or whatever, it's the same thing? It's the same thing. What do you mean? What? I love parts of games that only work based on miracle, luck, and accidents instead of actual planning. Yeah. Like that camera is the best. The best. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Why? This was supposed to be like. I'm just now perplexed. The fact that the one thing worked but the other thing didn't. And if I put this into here, this is 0 right now, and this I can't even really test. If I put this on other screen for a second, I can't step forward frames while having input. It's not gonna do. But if I don't know, it's not getting like cleared before it gets to that function or something, right? It happens right after get input. Just print it down there again, and stop printing the other one. Actually, I want to print both. The turn direction times turn speed. Let me see that specifically. Like something's getting zeroed out somewhere, I believe. It's probably gonna be something simple and dumb. Turn speed isn't 0. No. Ooh. Okay, data. That is all 0 after I. But why? You get set there. You potentially get normalized. And you immediately go into turn. You get used. And turn speed is 10. It's not 0. What? Excuse me? Did you ever check out that Gravity Rush game? Didn't get around to it, unfortunately. Had a very busy day. Why? What do you mean? What? And if I print it up here, then it's the same, though. What do you mean? It's the same variable that I'm printing like 2 lines apart. What? I don't understand. Hold on. While I'm holding this, if I make a breakpoint, I'll be able to see the first frame that it pauses. Well, oh, not up there. Hold on. Yeah. Nope, hold on. I'm spamming in my code. There's more messages. I'll catch up into a second. I'm just very perplexed right now. And trying to test this. Yeah, trying to test this with breakpoints is troublesome. Please stop what I want you to. Okay. So here. What? Yeah. I see it being -1. It is -1. When the next line is to then call turn. What are you talking about? Coca-Cola is actually really disgusting after eating anything with any amount of spice, in case you didn't know. Oh no, I don't drink Coca-Cola, but yeah, I've tried it before. Not biggest fan, but I can definitely imagine that. Yeah, yikes. Fun, funky. Also, why is this breaking? It's literally just. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I see the problem. I see the problem. It's so glaringly obvious. I'm a moron. I'm the biggest of morons. No. Can you see the problem? This is input direction. And I technically don't drink it. It's here, might as well. The problem is that this has vector 3 in front of it because of how I copied it from the other code. This was a local variable. This is a global variable. Dang it. Ew. It's so obvious in the sea of weirdness, but, okay, obviously this ain't proper, but it's at least buttons are happening. That's a start. Jeez. Alright. It's a start. So, oh, okay, that's the, why is that happening? That's the bad buttons. This is this, which is the wrong things, and it's very fast, but, you know. Progress. Baby steps. Let me bring back that custom coefficient code because that should be fine now, in theory. Copy paste is the devil. Or imagine not telling you everything from scratch. I gotta save time with all my typos. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I mean, over here, it was fine being a local variable, because then I put it into a global one for some reason, but then went and was used in other things. Yeah, oh well, it's fine. I look forward to when we're past all this player stuff, and I can go back to making actual level mechanics and stuff. It can be more relatively simpler. And we'll see until things need to interface with the player for complicated reasons, but... yeah. Alright, what was I doing now? That was that. Now I need to... well, I didn't solve the grand problem in just that I need to now somehow make this be in the direction of that needs to be in. So... oh, hold on. Yeah. So I have, and whether it should be relative, so this thing with relative torque, if the player's turning relative to itself, I almost think it should be turning relative to the camera, always? But that might cause some issues. No, maybe it should always turn relative to itself, and then the camera just plays catch up. But then if something happens and the player isn't facing the camera, then they'll turn relative to that. But, well, but if they are, turning relative to the camera might be weird. Yeah, I guess we'll leave that. Yeah, we'll leave it being based on the... well, get the input relative to the camera. And that's spitting out a vector that's essentially... go ahead. It's gonna be numbers. That's gonna be whatever numbers have to do with when the camera is, even if it's all funky and sideways. And I need to take that. Well, okay, actually, well, here's a weird thing, though. Actually, do I even need to do this way? Do I need to flatten to the camera if I'm essentially then flattening it to another vector 3 that is... based on this, if I make that relative? Maybe not. Okay, let me try a thing. Copy this line, keep the old one just in case. If I were to go ble equals this times... vector 3... oops. If I do this based on vector 3 dot, it was, it wasn't forward, it was, vector up is that, vector right is the first one? Yeah, that right plus that times vector 3 dot forward, just using these as the shorthand to just be left and right. Actually, no, this was the first one I want it to be, I think. This one being right, this one being forward? And then that might just do what I want it to do. I guess we're gonna find out. Almost, kind of. Wrong directions. I was like, oh, it might be this, and turn it around. No, all right. I'm unsure about this. Like this, I worry about the long-term problems that might cause. Also, the speeds are atrocious. That has to be, dealt with. Let's try that. I mean, hypothetically, we're not, like, stopping. When I let go of buttons, I very much should be stopping turning almost immediately. which is why I like, oh, whether it should be a force thing or not. I increase this. What? Wait, how high do I think? What? Why am... What? Actually, what's forcing that to 0? I now don't know why that's doing the nothing that it's doing. Oh, angular drag times equal... Oh, wait. Oh, not angular drag. That's not the number I wanted. Times equals angular velocity. That was the one. Okay, that's why that's happening. Good. So that was basically doing nothing. Great. Can't wait to get to the actual visual behemoth of modeling and all that jazz. Yeah, me too. I mean, big, daunting task, but I look forward to this game being a lot more of an actual functional game. For sure. 100%. Because it felt like we were, like, in some steps, it feels like we've taken many steps backwards with all the, you know, remaking the player and such when we were getting closer to making a, actual test level. But a player that we had before did have other issues, and we're gonna, I do think that we're gonna come out the other side of this with the player being vastly superior to how they were before. And also, even right there, this is a start. Also, I like this, that the camera is able to be, like, sideways based on just however we turn, because it doesn't, like, I'm fine with the, I wouldn't call it disorienting, but that up doesn't need to be up. We don't need the camera to face the sky for where this game is gonna have a lot of being upside down and all around and whatever. Cool. This would be even just nice to have a better, like, placeholder for the player looking like the grabbing the thing to, like, being going forward. But, you know, its current state, pretty fine. I would need to mess with potentially the speed. I don't want moving underwater to be all slow and sluggish. So I might let, even, like, I mean, I can boost the speed with, like, not there, but, or whatever, right? I want to use speed through the water. Even the turn speed, I don't want it to be too insane. Maybe I'm fine with that. Maybe be like I could imagine a little bit more. Yeah, a little. Oh wait, why is up? Wait, up is that? Why is up that? I just realized that. Has it always been the wrong direction? This whole crap. And whether you, I guess it depends on if you want inverted controls or not. Actually, God, I don't know. I kind of think that in this context, up should be up and down should be down to match with the other ways of how input are on the ground and up walls and stuff. So we'll come, but we could always change it, and also have you can always make the camera settings adjustable. Yes, that's true. I mean, I'd like to, you know, pick defaults that I would prefer, but then let it be customizable for sure. Yeah. Okay. I have to remember these numbers that I've put. We're just gonna cheat and by copy component, come out of play mode, paste component, and ta-da! The numbers that I put. This, I think that was the only script that I changed stuff in. I prefer high. Oh, sensitivity. Yeah, in most games. Yeah. So, well, like, this isn't just this, I'd say, isn't just sensitivity on like you'd turn a camera, like like any first person thing, turn the camera. This is also about like, hey, I'm, you know, I don't know, as a player, I'm having to weave through like rings or something, you know, turn around or whatever. Because this is more of like a player moving like a glider. This is like the sea moth, kind of. Well, I guess, no, sorry, the sea glide. But the sea glide can turn fast, but that's because it's a first person thing. I'll have to, yeah, assess how fast I want turning to be. I'm concerned on if turning is too fast for this. That, like, this feels unmanageable. This feels like if I need to finally weave between stuff. I don't know. And also, this is 100% something that'd be easier and better to adjust in a real setting. You know, make an actual, put a test level together, and then finagle all of it. You know, its current state, it's kind of like it's good enough for now. The settings are there to adjust the speeds. We'll see. Also, there's gonna be, well, I mean, I have to figure out how this is gonna work, but camera controls with mouse on top of this that are gonna somehow have to work and do stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. I more have that, like, in mind for, like, when we're on the ground and whatnot, but we'll see. Oh, I also gotta see if, is that gonna be an issue? If we're hypothetically underwater going through whatever it is we're going through, and I hit a wall, I say, oh, I need to make sure, I mean, so far, we're bouncing off the things. I don't know if that's how I want that, actually. I'd almost prefer the behavior of, like, if you're going into a wall, you're pressing against that wall until you manually turn around, kind of a thing. But that's actually, in this case, that's a little bit easier said than done. And that's more of an edge case thing that I'm fine to come back to. This is fun. Once the zooming works. That's actually funky that that works that way. Interesting. Okay, cool. So that's a good start though anyway. Okay, vertical, I wanted this to be left to be just the starting up down that I wanted it to be. Let's make sure I got that right. Yes, that's for my circumstances with this game, that's what I would prefer. Now I can get rid of the print statements. We kind of do have this underwater movement sort of thing the way that I want it. Even I can get rid of these. And my one concern is that it's based off of relative to the player stuff. Oh, I got rid of the wrong thing. Oh, no. How it's relative to the player and not relative to the camera. I don't know if that's gonna cause me problems down the line, but I guess we'll see. So with this is sort of my trial run now. I said that we made this as like an underwater kind of thing. I said at the beginning of the stream. Oh, what? Oh, I ended. Oh, okay. Time for me to go feed my cat. I'm gonna go do that. Did this just change or am I crazy? Set to left. Wait. Hold on. Up is up, right? Oh, no. This is the way I made it. Yeah. This, a couple seconds ago, it was the other way around. Yeah, it's fine. Now, I basically want to take this and make it the blueprint for how Midair controls work. This is not going to be how Midair controls exactly work, but it's not going to be too far off, is the idea. Maybe this camera is capable of going all 360 and being, like, fine and not breaking, which is, you know, good. The idea... and then go. I want to have a decent amount of, like, mid-air control, and I feel like if, you know, you have this going faster but with a lot quicker slowdown, if you could quickly whip and, like, grab onto that, well, maybe it will be faster. I worry of the braking shenanigans that could happen if I make mid-air turning too fast, and you could, like, you know, go off any wall and whip around and now be on the other wall because the physics just do. And I don't think you'd be able to turn up necessarily because, you know, gravity and all. Unsure. Go feed kitty? Yeah, I'm going to do. And then there's the whole transition between this and the ground camera, making sure that all works. It is fun just flying through the tubes though. There, yeah, that's, okay. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be right back. And then I will see if I can figure out starting to, yeah, make, this work as mid-air camera and player stuff being separate thing from the ground player move. The whole momentum system is going to be, let me think that work. I think that's where things are going to be a pain. This water thing, I was able to cheat and like, oh, you just move forward at a fixed rate and that's probably fine. The normal ground stuff and then how that translates to being in midair there's a lot more custom momentum programming stuff, and I feel like that's going to be a big issue. That's going to cause me some problems, but I will deal with that in like 5 minutes when I get back. All right, yeah, going to feed my cat. I will be right back. Yeah. All right, I am back, and I see you're getting great use out of the kitty emotes. Yeah. Cool. Zoom Me Boy Forever is free on Epic tomorrow. Oh, coolsies. Neato. I do already own it, but very cool. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah. It is on my list of things to get to at some point, but I gotta finish 100% Super Meat Boy, the first one, and technically the second. Whether you define did you made a kitty? Did you do that while I was gone? If I scroll up messages, no. That's great. That's funny. All right, sure. Yep. You're going mad with power there, aren't you? No. All right. Okay. So, where were we? This is currently looking like this, and it's looking decent. I would like if you kind of stopped when hitting things. There's just no easy way of doing that with how the physics is, I think. Unless I have, like, if, you know, hit detection stuff happens, then whatever. Or I make, like, when you're in midair, having more of a box kind of thing. But I don't want you to get stuck against the wall and not able to turn, but, yeah. Well, I guess if I don't want actually, hold on. If I don't want walls to turn the player, necessarily, in this instance, then that almost sounds like I don't really want rotational collision. So it's like, why am I rotating with rigid body stuff? Should I just rotate with, you know, transformed rotation equals blah blah blah. How do I currently rotate the player in midair on the normal player move stuff? Align to ground, this is... So RB.rotation equals blah. It's a similar thing. Yeah, that's... Would that actually just get me better behavior? Better, what I want? Let me try that just for a second, because you know, it might be something I want to do now before doing the midair stuff, because it might be very samesies. RB.rotation equals... So if I'm to set the rotation more directly... basing it off of this kind of thing. From to rotation, negative transfer, this would be, so to have that face a direction. Oh, that's, okay, that's hard. Like, have a thing become another thing. Do I have an easy... Okay, but, yeah, okay, no, we'll worry right now. It's fine. It kind of works as is. It's not all broken and buggy. If that's the thing we want to improve, I think that's the thing we can improve later. Let's take this now and try to, you can pay if you want what's worth. Oh, no. No. If kitty emote is so good, then where is a kitty emote 2? Let's copy this into player midair stuff. Do I really want to make a whole separate script for that? I kind of do, with how different midair stuff may be, and then have it also just use this thing. Although I might cheat midair for right now. Right now the underwater thing is like conceptually easier because, you know, we have like gravity and all that involved, and like, you know, you're not gonna be in midair for that long. The underwater thing is almost easier to test, which is why I wanted to almost start with it. Okay, we'll, I guess make another script, and we'll see, how it do. Player midair. Do I make, like, oh, hey, new script number 3 of today. I just don't know if I should be doing this with the camera as well, of having different scripts depending on, what kind of camera it's being, but yeah. I mean, the underwater camera and the midair camera, in theory, should be very similar, if not the same, so, you know, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so player midair, I think, is gonna start, instead of starting with the other, it's gonna start with the underwater things, and then change. Instead of having a constant move forward thing, it, in theory, you're going in midair already having some speed. So I might temporarily, as a test thing, have, like a, you know, start in a direction, test start velocity, like we just got launched, and then flying through the air, and then, you know, in an arc, and the turning is more to guide that while going in that arc. But this arc should be affected based on the velocity that we had persisting, having some kind of air resistance kind of thing, so it's slowly, you know, slowing down, and then having gravity, you know, also affect such things, you know, going down eventually. But then I also kind of need to handle, you know, when we get to a low velocity, we're going straight up and then we turn around going straight down, making sure that works correctly and not, you know, being all funky. And then we'll have to deal with what happens when we hit the ground and what happens when we leave the ground going in midair. But I think focusing on just the already being in midair and just getting that to work, then the transition into and transition out of, hopefully it will be fine. Just you'll be able to like separate those in ways that make sense. Also, this temp turn direction can go away, and we're gonna replace it, I guess, with temp start velocity, and then we're gonna go rb.velocity equals temp start velocity, and it's gonna be like equal, I don't know, vector start equaling vector 3 dot forward times 10. We'll start with a big like whoosh. Yeah, okay. And I think also we'll kind of do the gravity part later, because yeah, just so in theory what we should see before we even deal with the input stuff, when I'm not pressing any buttons, in theory we should see eventually stop or something like that, but not stop super fast. And the like momentum code, I'll have to see how that how that'll all work into this, but we'll see. We'll see. So temp start velocity equals blarg, fixed manual up, so let's hook this up with this thing. So now midair, I just made its own thingy thing. Player midair. And blam, and blam, and blam. And then, yeah, that'd be a thing. So far, so good-ish. The input's gonna be the same. Like, as I said, there's gonna be a lot of overlap, but it's going to change very shortly. Let's just see what happens. Okay, on you, I added the code. I did not add the code. Let's, you know, let's change that. Player midair, this one. You're gonna go right. Wait. Excuse me? Why are you doing this again? Why? Oh wait, did I? Because I pasted it. No. Weird that that's happened twice. That usually not the weird thing that happens. Is it gonna fix itself? Yes. Yeah. Don't know why making the script is like, I don't exist. I don't think I exist, and then change anything besides. Oh wait, here I am. But oh well. Actually, you're gonna go up here until, like, well, I'm mainly focusing on these things, but eventually it'll be, like, move midair and underwater a lot lower, because it's more the rare thing, but right now, while we're, being a primary thing that we're messing with, it will be a lot higher. Okay, so, in fact, actually, even underwater can, like, lower, yeah. Change our default state of being in midair. We're gonna start with some velocity. I kind of want to start being in, like, an upper direction like this. Camera. Camera should account for this. If we're gonna just see if this one way of doing the camera can work for both of these, we're gonna see if it can, we can do this. If the current state is underwater or midair. I'll put midair first, actually. Let's see if that does things. Oh yeah, the ground's in the way. Well, we can start more in the air. Yeah. We don't have zoom code existing. Whoa. Oh, right, because I don't have, well, sort of. Oh, no, errors already. Yes, because this has a reference to the camera. Technically, I want the start velocity to be like, here, let's go 10, 10, and then put this at, actually 135 is perfect. Just a 45, 45. Yeah, so it's more exact. Okay. So, that's not the same, it is the same thing, yes. Wait, how are you moving? Oh, because because the start thing set the velocity, yeah. Oh, I've just realized that, well, long term, well, for now, start's gonna just have these rigid body stuff. If useful things happen in start, but I need to, like, not happen. Well, I guess in the long term, these won't be setting velocity in start. The start would, or awake will just be about getting references and setting up initial variables for when it's actually working. Yeah. Okay, we are moving kind of. Oh, and we have this, which, like, this is gonna have to be, I think, a lot lower in midair potentially, or I don't know, something like, or like that. Whatever velocity we have needs to like override it by a lot. Or the longer that we're in midair, the more air control we get. So when we first go in midair, we can barely turn because we're moving so fast, and the longer we're in midair, the more we can turn. Maybe, or in that case, it could be based on our speed. As we slow down, we get more turning. As we're going faster, then we get less turning. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Why are you not stopping? Did the variables here, I'll have them start being the same exact things. Well, the forward thing is different. Wait, did I get rid of the forward bit? I did not. So you're not gonna move forward because of force. You eventually might move forward because of pretending to have extra momentum or something. Yeah, see, like, without that, did you move at all? You moved a little bit. You slowed down very quick. Because I have such high, drag coefficient. Well, do I even... I'm trying, so with a lot of my code, I keep trying to do things very manually with manual momentum and da-da-da-da-da. Do I try to get away with... because when you want, like, cartoony physics, it can potentially be easier to, do it more manually to get more of the behavior that you want. If we're moving forward, well, with you 10 start velocity, let's make it 100. Well, we're not gonna, hold on. How? Actually, well, one thing just real quick before I move forward too much with this. I want to make this float start speed and just in all of this simulations I'm about to do, I'm gonna want to have it be velocity equals player, or this is the player, transform dot up times the speed. Go in that direction so I don't have to actually be calculating angles and stuff. Go do that and then be all massive. Also, while I'm just let me just do one thing. I want to actually put the midair one higher, just to have the higher up thing be the thing that I'm currently messing with, trying to get functional. So here we do that, and then we slow down pretty fast. And that's with my custom drag coefficient at 1. I almost would rather slowing down... Oh wait, did I not... oh wait, oh I didn't... oh right, if I set this, it's not gonna... Actually, well, I can set that on top of... If I sent you a I forget if 0 was the effect of it having nothing. Yeah. Versus, and then now this it'd be going off of this drag. Well, actually, a bit like harder to see with not as much, you know, geometry around to base my speed off of. Something like that. That's fast. Okay. If I put back this to 1, how quickly do you... See, that feels like... that actually is too quick of a slowdown for nothing? Yet somehow that was working fine for my normal move code, I believe. What do I have going on here? I do at 10? Oh yeah, I had you at 10, but then I have the amount of force that's applied being, like, massive. And that I have, like, continuous, like, momentum forces being applied. Yeah, so that's how that was able to work the way that it is. Interesting. So, okay. So, it... I guess before I deal with speed, dealing with how the speed should be behaving, let me get a better, like, arc going. I think that'll be easier to comprehend. Because right now the going forward and stopping is a little bit, you know, it's funky. Let me get a better, yeah, arc kind of deal. So to do that, I'm going to want to copy the gravity code. Which is that just this fall function? Yeah, align to ground isn't relevant here. I actually, well, part of that has some of the ground detection in it. No, it doesn't. Never mind. But maybe a little bit related, but yeah. Anyway. Actually, wait. Well, the align to ground over here. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Align to velocity is a function we're about to make, and then also then turn and then move forward, and then, well, move forward ain't a thing right now, but then fall. I'll see about the order of these and how much I need to care about them. Okay, so I have align to velocity. I was going to steal on the player move the part of the basically just here, the align to where we're going. But I need the turning to kind of the turning because of input to be an additional thing on top of that. If we're not pressing inputs, then we should be aligning towards where we're going. So maybe that could be the thing. If we're pressing buttons, then we go based on the buttons. If we're not pressing buttons, then we go based on the velocity. Well, even if we're pressing buttons and we're going up, eventually we'll stop and flip around, and that should happen. That's gonna be stuff that's gonna be funky, weird edge cases. We gotta make sure it actually work the way they should. So align to velocity is this. I should be fine to just literally cut out all of this. This is just, yeah, if we're on the ground, dabba-dooba-dee-ba-da. Yes. This was some stuff that was in progress, where it's like, if we have velocity, then we do, if we don't have velocity, then I was like, oh, what should we do? Just, turning to identity is definitely not what I should do, because that's turning toward, like, global front. We, like, whip around in midair in a way that we don't want. So just, if velocity is so low, then just don't turn. Seems like maybe would be possibly, maybe, good. I don't know. That's something I should come back to. Also kind of a bit of an edge case. Even if we're going in an arc, our velocity is never going to be super small. If it's going up, straight up, and then turn around and go down, that'd be more where this might be relevant. And for, like, a couple of frames, and then this could kick back in once we have actual speed. Anyway. So this, transfer up. So this is already kind of the stuff that it wants to be. It has the S-slurp going on, so it has that, smoothness, speaking of. Oh, uptime. Oh, yeah, that. Oh, that function don't work? Oh, no. I always think that's a default for some reason. Yeah, I guess it not. I've been up for, 2 hours, 22 minutes is how long the stream been going. But, yeah. I don't know how easy that is to add. If I, that might be something. I don't know if that's a thing in Nightbot that can configure easily, but I could look into it. Okay, gravity multiplier. Some of these other, even false. Some of those other things in it. Let me grab them one at a time, just to not. Yeah. Okay. So I have. Actually, any of these I shouldn't have. I guess we'll come back to it. So we have gravity multiplier as a thing. Just like, I might want the player to experience more gravity than other stuff. That's why I'm not just raising the universal gravity, because cartoony, physicsy stuff. I had this stuff going on where, the was this the longer we're in the air, if we're going downwards, then we, why do I do these separately? That's falling time. What's no. Oh, downfalling time here is just added to but not used. In normal player move, let me remind myself. It's used for something somewhere. Let me remind myself what actually uses this. Does anything use it? Maybe something did at some point, and then that stuff got commented out. Rhino references. Oh no, I just passed it. Current air momentum bonus. Right, that was a whole thing that I had. So we'll see how much I want to copy that directly. It's just, it gets so much more complicated. We'll save on that for right now. I'll comment it out rather than deleting it so I remember it exists. Same with the falling time for right now. That is, the longer we're in the air, we fall faster. to some degree. This shouldn't be a thing that can go. I want to be able to make sure, like, hypothetically, we could be falling for, like, a minute and have it not go absolutely insane. I don't think we're going to have such long falls, but hypothetically, want the code to not just break. So I have a fall speed multiplier. Why do I have a gravity multiplier and a fall speed multiplier? Oh, because, this is if we're on the ground code. Which, if I reset these here, then I might have to... That might be something that the code has to share. So if we're calling this, we're assuming that we're not grounded, because that's be part of the conditions that all this code runs in the first place. So if velocity is... Wait, do I really... I don't... I only... What? Does the player move only apply... extra falling force if we're... Oh, no, that was this that got moved around. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, no, that's just that to there, and then, yeah, some brackets are not right. Yes, okay. I was gonna say. Blah, 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 blah. So gravity, okay, for now, I'm just gonna do this, and, yeah. You know, I can get away without having the extra... Like, there's one thing about, like, having lots of, you know, customizable variables to do with different things, but, you know, it complicates things more. Interesting. Right, I also just realized that, don't I do something in player move based on the orders that the, no, you haven't last. I was gonna say, the custom drag happening on falling. Is that why I have this to kind of counteract that, maybe? Something along those lines, maybe? Something, I don't know. I wanted to trigger it. 2. Would have been too cool. Yeah. The aligned velocity seemed to be kind of working. At least there was that. What? I worry about having this, but just for now, I guess. Make it as a private float. What was it? It was, well, false speed multiplier and... Why do I have those as... Oh, whatever, it's fine. I think this was mainly meant to be, like, extra. Like, this happens if we're going down, otherwise it's just that, but I don't know, whatever, it's fine. This will need to be reset, but not right now, I guess. It's fine. Okay, so just hypothetically, like, that ain't an arc. Gravity. Where art thou, gravity? Variable that I didn't set, is that what happened just now? Wait, where didn't I just put private, yes. The falling time is something that's going to continuously get increased. Also make it just 1 for now. Yeah, actually probably be helpful to look at what I make, what I made on the player move. It's like 5 and 250. Yeah, that's a lot. I'll come back to seeing if that's necessary. Hey, made up the thing. Hey, whoa, okay. Whoa. That's, yeah, cool that can just do that and have that work. Oh, also, yeah, you're being funky. That's fine. Live for 2 hours. Very cool. Thank you for adding that. Awesome. Get more professional by the minute. Also, I can do this. I can like fight the gravity. No. Oh, it's cool that I can only fight it so much. That's like a slow-mo version of kind of what I want. Interesting. So do I just go bonkers making the gravity all... And this the, I don't know, 10 or whatever it was? So that's not exactly... Well... I mean, I don't want to hit the ground that hard necessarily, but now if I actually, let's, you know, see if I can go at an angle, sort of. So like that's too fast. We want speed, but not so much speed that you can't do anything in midair. Not, oh wait, oh shoot, have I been messing with the wrong numbers? No. Oops. So not to that. Oh, these basically multiply against each other, so that's the thing. But then this is gonna... No, these are... I have no reason at the moment to have these be two separate things. Right now, I think when I was making that code, they had two different purposes, and then eventually from just more changes and stuff, they eventually just, you know, became not that way. Okay. That's something. How much turning power do I have? A bit. Oh, that's like not enough. That does not feel like I have as much air. Right, and that's because, well, so that almost makes me want to, so this, we are not there, not there. We're angling towards our velocity, so like when we're turning, our velocity is going that way, so it makes sense that we're angling back. So I almost want to angle, like actually change our velocity a bit more, like to curve the way that we're turning and hope that that, like, is fine. RB dot velocity. I don't like setting it usually, but so well how do I set it now to be that way? Equals. So, I mean, okay, just to get the just starting by getting the direction. I get like the normalized times direction that we want times well, apply relative torque. That doesn't immediately apply the turn, right? I mean, what happens if I go transform dot up times dot, it should be normalized. Negative transform dot up times that dot magnitude. What if I just, I don't think this will work this way, but let's see if I'm wrong. It would save me some calculations. Shows what I know! Obviously, this is not... Okay, yeah, this is gonna have additional problems with the whole gravity situation, but... Like, okay, this is... What is that? What? Oh, that's the... No, what is that? This is not how flying is meant to be done. What is... This is some funky movement. It's a little cool. I can't go up. When I try to go up, it pushes me down. I actually don't... like, we have gravity, but gravity that's not... Why do I bother having this be two different lines? This is a lot of the, like, the weird code that looks like it's more lines than there needs to be. Is I think just symptoms of before when it was longer doing different stuff as just code changed over time, and like there was potentially lines between here and here, and then they got cut away, and now it's like it could just be one line. But boy, okay. Well, we have some interesting behavior. So. Like, yeah, I'm applying gravity. Why is it immediately falling time, what did we do? You'd think that plus equals that. There's just gravity equals blam. Just yeah, time equals vector up, and then you apply the force. Like, I get that bit, but why is we had the velocity thing going on. Like, obviously, none of this is working as is looking how it should. I'm just extra curious of why when I try to go up, is it like, I get it's because of the gravity, but even like you're going this way, you'd think gravity would be cutting me off more, trying to go down. Oh no, everything's bad. Yikes, this is, you know, it's funky. That's, it's funky is what it is. And how do I fix it? Do I simplify it or make it extra complicated? I mean, part of simplifying it, I guess, I don't need adjusted gravity and, well, just, oh, I have you as a float, and then, I guess supposed to save the line going there into there, but, like, why? This is gonna be the same. Oh, did I do this because I was like, oh, but what if we have some time where, like, gravity switches around and you're on the ceiling because in gravity, and that's why this vector 3 dot up would eventually couldn't be replaced by other things. That might have been what I did, potentially, with that. Sometimes you try to make too many lockers in the Cyclops. Oh no! Over complications. Hey, those lockers work. They have the uses, and they use up a lot of titanium. Yeah. Just like all this complicated code to get things to be perfectly, elegantly what they should be. It's not there yet, but we'll get there at some point. Okay, so how do I fix this? I'm looking at this. I'm like, what do I change to actually get more of what I want to happen relative to what's currently happening? I think let me start by well, how do I want to, like... I have a weird idea. If I'm going through the air in a curve like this, then whatever way I'm going, I kind of almost always want that horizontal momentum a lot more than vertical momentum. Do I mess with the drag? Like, do I have the drag, like, only apply vertically or something? Then I guess gravity's kind of doing that, and then, well, falling infinitely is potentially a problem. Well, let me just try for a minute, for the midair code. I worry about making some of these too different, and if that, you know, causes a problem when we change from one state to another. If it happens gradually, it might be more fine than having it be an instant snap, but, I guess I already have it at 1. Already not a lot of drag, but if I just reduce it even more temporarily, and then, go back to this being just... not even using this, not using that stuff, just being gravity multiplier, downwards, apply that every frame. Go back to that for a minute. Just to see. Then, to account for that, this forward speed isn't doing anything, right? That's on purpose? Yep. Our starting speed of the 100 might be less necessary. Even that's wrong. I guess I should be, to some degree, like, being this simple is looking bad. Well, actually, and it's more because we're going so slow. Why is it such a harsh... Actually, yeah, why does it seem like it's such a harsh, like, turn down, and then it's, like, slowing? Huh. Why are you behaving that way? Even by up the gravity multiplier and up the temp start speed a bit. What is that harsh turn? Like, I don't think gravity's doing that to that extent. What is that? What's doing that? And to be clear, like, this code isn't running or anything, right? Huh. Something funky is happening there, I think. Let me skim through my code and double check what. Well, if I turn that off real quick, just to kind of cut some bits down. What does that? That makes sense. I'm falling, kind of. Falling. Well, actually, with that off, I should still be... Align to velocity is just supposed to turn that, and then... Where's the part that apply this turn thing? If I turn off this and this real quick... And technically this isn't doing anything, but it might at some point, but we'll just leave it now for simplicity's sake. And you don't, or even like, temporarily turn off getting input as well. So now we still have just the drag and the falling. And to be clear, this is currently, all this is off. Just cutting, trimming stuff away until stuff works in my favor. Oh, that looked more natural. Like, bump this up. Get more airtime. Okay, that's more natural, so something of what I just commented out is causing the issues. I'm going to take a wild guess that it's the turning thing that's doing some weirdness. Oh, it's redirecting gravity. Why didn't I think that it was doing that? Right. If I'm taking whatever velocities and redirecting it for the turning, it's kind of undoing gravity. Right. Shoot. Okay, well... Right. I get that, but also why? Oh no. That might make what I want to do with this a lot harder to get to actually happen. Okay, so like that is a more natural curvy thing. And then if I have that with the input stuff, but not that, like, changing the velocity kind of thing. Oh, I can't, hey, I see that. Oh, I see that there. Can indeed stay hydrated. Why? So, wait, I turned on get input, and then I wasn't getting, this should still be at least doing stuff. Right? Oh, not with turn off. Yeah. I don't know if those should be combined into one thing, but oh well. Okay. So that's like, okay, I can turn in midair, but it's not being... What if I apply, instead of trying to redirect the velocity, what if I, when I turn, try to apply more velocity in those directions? This might be weird, but, add add force. I can't just do add input direction, because that's going to kind of like me turning a little bit, it's going to push me that way. So, what if I applied force, like, flattened to the camera or something? Vector 3, flattened force equals, well, no, I guess that is just input direction, isn't it? Or might not be on the right axes. Well, no, and also even it's not relative, so that's also not going to be work. Great. What happens if I do add relative force? Actually, I'm curious. I think those are pushing me in the wrong directions. Let me just, out of nothing but curiosity, see what happens if I have just the force thing. Just to see. I'm not seeing a whole lot, but I feel, it feels like it's going the wrong directions. I turned off fall, really just fall. I should be able to see not falling, and I should be able to see a slight change in direction. Yeah, I see like the up, yeah, I see it kind of going, well, actually the right way, but kind of flipped. If I swap them then, but this doesn't seem, well, no, maybe this could, I'm not super confident in this, but let me just temporarily try a thing. It's gonna be a bit messy, and then if it works, I can clean it up. If I make a new vector 3 down here that's just like, there's like temp, input direction, like, or input, that doesn't matter. Just want to make this to dump this in here and rearrange this. So have it instead be, this would be forward, this would be left, and maybe one of them will be flipped like left, right, or something. And this seemed like it needs to be higher. If I'd probably make it its own turn speed, but just temporarily just make it bigger. Not super confident in this. Let me see what it's gonna do. Wait, wrong way, first of all, but right, kind of. That was the left, right, so this needs to be right. The forward might be the wrong way around, too. We'll see that in a second. So just, oh. Oh. Huh. 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 Obviously it's not perfect or anything. It's... we don't have anything, like, proper in place for when we hit the ground. This should... Like, this also shouldn't really be able to happen, the leaning up. Like, this is the thing I'm the most worried about. Like, the leaning is more meant to be, like, you know, turn left and right in the air, and as you're going at the ground, moving around. The, like, leaning up, I'm less thinking should be allowed. So that may be a thing that's purposely like, if it's trying to go up, flatten it. Because otherwise we have this, which to some degree is funky. But also, you know, no. I mean, if I wanted to flatten it, can't I just go like... actually, how would I, at this point, because, like, I can't just, like, well, oh, God, can I, like, take a vector, transform it to the global space, cut out the y-axis, and then, if it's greater than 0, and then cut it back to the, like, local space that it's in? That sounds like a huge pain. Oh boy. Well, it's like that was kind of... It was working enough that I think I might actually try to make this work. Which, I guess, redirecting that velocity, I guess it is like... Yeah, kind of is what I want. And it would keep the velocity in the way that it was initially going. Which is what I wanted. Interesting how that is. So I have to quickly make variables out of this stuff. So, putting this up here... velocity input direction, which is just samey things, but other way around. Which then I guess I change this to like turn input velocity, or turn input direction. Velocity turn direction or something. I don't know. And then turn input direction, something along those lines. This goes into all this stuff. This goes into here. I will want to do this same thing here to this thing. So this works. And then this should just be its own variable to mess with. Velocity. Turn speed, which I don't even know if that's the best thing to call it, but whatever. And I multiplied by 10, and that seemed to be better for it. I'll put that in here. So I'm just thinking of how I can then, like so like that's, you know, working if I'm kind of even that maybe that's a bit too much, but this up. I mean, if we have velocity going up already, they'll then move slightly to left and right. Well, I guess then clamping it down it can still kind of work, but this shouldn't be allowed to happen. This turning midair, just because we have speed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one. This is not what flying is the wrong, you know, word here. We're not maybe meant to be gliding through the air. This is like video game, you know, we jumped, we fell off a little bit, we're falling, let's slightly redirect as we're falling. You can't do this in a Mario game. Alright, this ain't no wing cap. Mario 64. That's not what this is meant to be. So in order to stop the up from any direction, like global up, that, how doth do. The torque is fine. It's the force that needs to stop. So I need to try somehow, some way, to take whatever the velocity turn direction is. It's not just a matter of stopping, you know, up or whatever, right? Because we can be, you know, to the side, and it's towards the vertical up direction that I need to cut off. What is the way to, like, take some vector that's in some other space? I need to, like, somehow take this thing and, like, can I go, like, dot transform? No, or transform dot, you have some stuff, dot, no, what are the ways on how or you got local thing, transform dot, transform direction, yeah, and transform point, transform all this, transform vector. I don't actually remember the difference between transform vector and transform direction. I kind of treat a vector as being a direction, but whatever. Transform dot direction, or I don't even know if we have to be this way or okay. Transforms the direction from local space to world space. That is what I want. Do I want to do it based on this transform? Well, like, sorta. It's using forward and right of the vector 3.4. Do I need to? Well, no. I use the relative force, so relative to the RB that I'm using, which is the transform, which is this. It's kind of being made relative at this point. So take this as local, do that. We're gonna see if this is gonna work. This actually spits out a vector. Hold on. This equals blarg, and then go, just take the y value. If blang.y is greater than 0, then blang.y equals 0, and then, and then blarg equals dist, but the other way around, I think. I don't do this that often. Is it inverse transform direction? Well, that might do what I want, or it might not. I guess let's find out. I don't know if I want to do that same thing to the turning thing as well. Okay, actually, well, that seems like it actually might be working perfectly. Ignore, like, the second we hit the ground, other behavior should happen, right? So don't worry about that too much. I say to me. I'm not super confident in this. The fact that we can go up there and do a big backflip. I wonder is... I almost think that the speed, how much we can turn should be throttled based on the actual velocity that we're going. Maybe? So if I were to try to whip that up real quick, something like... take this and... I can't just... If I multiply it by velocity, it's gonna go up. Well, where's the part where I actually apply the turn speed? Let me just try going times rb dot velocity dot magnitude, and same thing here, and then taking these velocity turn speeds and decreasing them. Something like where are you here? So not that, you're not used. Where are you? I'm not seeing this. The turn speed and velocity turn speed. You're 100. Let's put that to just 10 and... Oh, that's already very low, too. Too much! Too much. It might need some, like, max value as well. Ah, God. Ah, everything's bad. Why? Wait. What did I decrease the wrong thing? Oh, I increased temp start speed. Yeah, okay. When I don't press anything... Wow, look how graceful that is. Jeez. This, however, let's start it being super low, and then... Yeah, that's not it. For turn speed really to be that low? Possibly. When in doubt, go deeper. That's what what we doing. So like this... Oh yeah, that's like... not quite. I feel like we're not getting as much of the throttling as I wanted. If I have the turn speed be super low, but the velocity speed be super high. Actually, if I have the velocity thing, do I even need the turn thing? Because when we move in that direction, we're going to turn that way anyway. Interesting. I also almost think that I have this hard cutoff at 0. I almost actually, seeing it in practice, you can turn up just like the tiniest bit up. Well, 0.1 is like nothing. I don't know, 1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's worth having at all or not. Okay, that's bad. Oh, because I went out of play mode and all those numbers undid. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Well. Well. Why are you not? Oh, I was putting 0.1. That's why I was being funky there. Okay, I see it doing very little. That's not what I want, but it's the start, kind of. That, like, almost is, but, like, not all the time. I can see, like, some situations where I want to be able to kind of whip around in the air, and other times where, like, the whipping around looks very unnatural. it could be based on, like, seconds in the air? I don't know. Would you mind if... Would I mind if... Well, I would not... No, I, made an 8-ball command. Ooh, have, like, you put in the 8-ball and then it has little different things? Sure, why not? If you make them... I don't know how you make them programming puns or whatever. Nah, just generic 8-ball. Sure, have that variety in there. Or have that, like, extra stream chat interaction-y stuff. Why not? I'm all for it. Yeah, this... Like, okay. Because obviously the smacking and, like, bouncing off of the ground isn't, like, a thing that we should ever see in-game. As soon as I hit the ground, it's no longer, you know, something we can expect when we turn on actually be able to be grounded again. But even this is just, I don't know. Something is not quite... It's, like, getting there. I don't know how... This I'm fine with for now. But this being based on the magnitude, I might need to... Should it be an inverse magnitude thing? Wait a minute. Oh! Wait a minute. Actually, I think it might need to be an inverse magnitude kind of a deal. Well, I don't like the idea of dividing every frame, but just as a... Yeah, sorry. The more the behavior I want is... The faster we're going, the less we can turn. The slower we're going, the more we can turn. That's why I think that, yeah, this is being a bit more funkier than I thought it was supposed to be. So, I now need to ramp up the numbers again. Say like that. Or, no, by a lot now, right? Yeah, so like, blarg and blarg. More? I've been messing with the right numbers, right? Yeah? Okay. Let's just, okay, crank it up a lot so we can actually see some turning. Oh, wow, it's even not even a lot as I thought. I'm not quite seeing exactly what I am... And even this, like, even that is not what I want. Not quite. We're also slowing down a lot, I noticed. Like, going forward like this, we're losing a lot more... horizontal speed than we should be. That is a... the drag coefficient is already so low. Did I comment out that happening? No. What if I did? Real quick. Oh, even the angular drag factor. Well, no, I have that there, but, no, oh, come on. Okay. But just put this to 0 for right now. And even, I forgot that I even had that on there. Let's make that like 3. I don't know. Like, being able to whip 180 in midair right like that, it's not happening to the degree that I want it to be. Made an 8-ball command, coolsies! Neato, thank you. Also, all of this, bad. I don't know. I'm unsure about how this is currently, unfolding. I don't quite know exactly how to make this, what's currently happening, better. It's just the input thing, right? Like the, if I'm pressing nothing, it's pretty well what I want. I'm deciding if like that, like, speed, that kind of distance should be getting more horizontal distance out of this. But if I wanted that at that point, then I'd need more, well, higher horizontal speed. What is at this point? Wait, did I not? I forgot that if this is 0, if that's actually still like doing stuff. I just comment that out completely just to have it be doing absolutely nothing. And I still am getting the same behavior? Yeah. I can do that. Wow. That's not great, exactly. Oh, no. Well, if this is working, kind of, this might be easier to refine and see what I do want and don't want in certain situations, based on actually setting up the situations of, like, that I have in this test level. Going off this ramp and then into that wall, and, like, that being good. Going from wall to the floor and that being fine. And just like what I want for gameplay purposes. Do I want to be able to go off of this and then 180 around and land on this wall? Is that a thing I want, or is that too unrealistic and that's too potentially game-breaking? I'm not sure. If you go off the top of this and then you're in midair, do I want you to be able to cross half the level? Maybe not. Because, like, the more that you can break the game by being, you know, go off a large ramp and cross the entire level, I got to account for that with actual levels. So I potentially want to be careful of, like, the game not being too... As much as being launched with, like, high amounts of speed is cool and all, I might want to be careful of not having it be too... You go off a small ramp and cross half the map because you're going so fast. And can land anywhere you want. I mean, obviously, I can have invisible walls, but that's not fun. And I can have design a level with, having, large real walls and segment off areas if I need to design a level in those particular ways to have happen what I need to have happen. Let me turn the angular. Oh, wait, that's not even going to do anything at the moment. I don't know. I think for now... Let me get rid of these just temporarily. Put it back to, like, a normal, consistent speed. Find numbers for that are fine, which was, like, the 110, I think. Because that, it was more... Oh, well... not quite. Wasn't it better at this point? I thought it was, but I'm seeing this and not believing it. Was this just at 1? I didn't think it was. Not only is that it's not great, but I find this turning is more natural. Do I just drop the turn one, have it be entirely a velocity thing combined with the align to velocity? Maybe that, like, those together gets me the turning that I need in a way that's not... Oh, yeah. It is less funky when I, like, let go of buttons. You know what I also haven't tested? How this feels on controller. I mean, like... Obviously, this isn't good. I shouldn't be able to just be flying like this. This is not the point of how this should be happening. Am I just going faster and faster? I think I am just going faster and faster somehow. Oh, right, because I'm moving to the side, it's applying velocity in that direction. Well, now the issue is because I turned off the drag entirely. There needs to be some, of course. Put that... Let me just test real quick. If I dump that up all the way... Pump that up all the way to, like, 5. See, the fact that I can do this... Okay, this definitely... I guess maybe this is in favor... That puts, like, more in favor that I should maybe put back this... The longer we've been in the air, the more that should, apply more gravity so that we hit the ground faster, so we can't do that. Perhaps... Okay, and then... But then, well, yeah, just the more time we've been in air, do that. And then once we've gone, or start to go down, then we could... I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'll come back to that. But, you're off. I won't delete this stuff yet until I'm, like, sure that I don't need it. Just bring it back will be more of a pain. Okay. Oh. Well, like, okay. Part of that is on... That's on... I have to remember that the drag is affecting the gravity as well. Which almost makes me want to set up like a horizontal drag and a vertical drag as two separate things. Here. Maybe... Unsure... Fall speed multiplier is that amount. If I don't know, raise that, and then, you know, I have this, then it's gonna be identical. Sort of, but then, well, no, I mean, it is. Right? These two just multiply, they aren't special, here. Let me go times fall speed multiplier as being a thing that adds onto, like, more of a how fast does that speed go up. Now they actually have a different purpose. How fast does the falling time do? Let's just see how those numbers work. I don't... love that. I don't know. Well, it's not the worst. This turning is not great, I think. I'm unsure. It's, like, not broken enough, though, that I'm almost think I'm fine to... well, actually, first of all, let's just reduce, the turn speed real quick. I am starting to think more that I should also throw out. Maybe I throw out based on the fall speed. The longer you've been in air, the more you can turn. Nah. It's not broken enough for now that I think I try to at least get this. It was a matter of like now just adjusting the numbers, tweaking them right, and then a bit more throwing on the turning or whatever. Again, if hypothetically you couldn't move them in air, this. Well, I kind of want to work on the arc a little bit. It's kind of dependent on like the speed you launch off a wall with. I'm kind of thinking that that's good enough to. Move on a little bit. Or try to get this back being functional with the normal ground movement. And see if doing that I can solve me camera shenanigans. Let me also, while I've been messing around with this, I guess let me double check that water isn't broken. Ugh. Excuse me? Why would that be a problem? You don't have a reference to the rigid body? You were off, so you weren't able to get your reference. I didn't mean to do that. I should be able to have these on. It's more a matter of if the other thing references them. So this is back to the hypothetical water controls. Yeah, I can thread the needle. Wow. Cool. Turn back on player move. If I'm going to be going back to that, I'm going to put it back up top there. Now, hypothetically, if I do this on ground, this isn't going to just work. Oh, I should also turn off the temp midair start speed. That's not meant to be an actual thing. Phew. Okay. This isn't going to... Actually, isn't it going to pull me back in ground mode? Oh, kind of, but not really. Oh, no. Oh, right, we're falling because this is meant to be on when we're on ground, which I might... That can be maybe a conditional thing, possibly. Oh, hey, I see. Whoa. Okay, let's see if I broke something myself. Oh, Rubik's, the metric review says... Oh, you made it an 8-ball, but a Rubik's Cube. Oh, I love that. That's great. Do you work? All signs point to no. That's great. I like that. Okay, good. Yeah. Love that. All signs point... Yeah, that's great. Woo! Oh, right. So, also, this isn't... Also, let me just... Okay. This... I know what's causing that, and a thing that I thought was going to be an improvement, and it seems to not be, so we're going to fix that real quick. If I can remember the code that actually manages that. Actually, that's the player follow code that's down here. This is the on-ground stuff. That, in theory, I should be able to... Is going to be... This is about to be... If we're in midair or underwater, do this... Which, I have to come back to this when we deal with actually getting, you know, mouse input, right stick input, all that. In all this stuff, I should be fine deleting the stuff that's like, this is a code where we are on the ground, so I can just take that code. If we're on the ground, use that code. That's just going to make this a little bit clearer. Okay. Blam. And then if we're grounded there, just... Gone, and then even this can just go right into here now. Blah, 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 blah. If we're on the ground, get rid of this stuff, get rid of this stuff. And if we're on the ground, that, and that. Oops. Well, close enough. Blam. And then I think this is a variable that I got rid of, right? So I can get rid of that too, and then get rid of this. Get rid of this. Yeah, fine, okay. Oh, that, yeah, whatever, it's fine, okay. Cool. Commands, oh, Oh, is in Kerbal commands are. Whoa. Yeah, that's cool. Kerbal, yeah, updates successfully. Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you for the help. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah. So how's that editing coming along? Yeah. Okay. So this. Okay. So what is this doing again? Let me also just actually put that back up to there. We got blam and we got blam. Your command, so I don't have to edit my video. Don't call me out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm super guilty of that. All is good. Okay. So, okay, hold on. Just what part of this needs to... I said, oh, there's a part of this that I know what I changed, and I know I can just change it back. It was this, right? Actually, I think it was this. This needs to be player dot. Oh no, or also it was maybe to do with this. Hold on. Oh, this is another ground check we don't need. This also being player dot up, I think. Actually, no, this one does need to be the ground normal. They should be very close, but anyway, this one, yeah. Anyway, does that fix my immediate issue? Okay, no, hold on. We need this on. I guess potentially need code to handle that. Oh, okay, did not fix the thing, and also the player's being extra swivelly right now. Was it this? Hold on. There's somewhere with this ground normal thing that needs to change to being oh no, which one was it? It's one of them. Not all of them, but one of them. I want to say it's not this one. It's this one, maybe. Horizontal angle, no ground, on the ground, no vertical angle based on that starting one. Projecting the players forward on ground. Hold on. It might be that one? Unsure. Not positive. I guess I keep replacing them. I'll either break more things or... Okay, it's slightly more... No, it's not. How is that? Like, that shouldn't be broken. Okay, guess I'm just replacing... Definitely not these two because they don't work with... if those are those ways. Let me just go... It might be that one. I think. If I replace all of them and it's still funky, then I'm going to figure out why. Okay, slightly more smooth as it once was. Cool. Good. Okay, so we don't have the code to now switch between in air properly, but I'm curious what's going to happen. I just can't move in the air. Okay, good. Not good, but good. Okay, player move. Back to over here land. In here, in theory, should be able to remove any checks for if we're on the ground. This is going to now all be code for on the ground. And in-ground is working well enough, in theory. Other than, I might need some stuff to, like, transfer between them smoothly, but for now we're going to try just cutting everything that's ground stuff out and hoping for the best. If we're on the ground... Larg, and then, I mean, because a lot of this was copied into the other script, you know, over this stream, so, yeah. This is some debugging stuff that, why do I have this as a thing? Oh, so other things of code could, yeah, that stuff I'll have to potentially reroute better. Eventually, okay, we're falling, we have blah, that stuff. I'm just scanning for not ground normal, if grounded it. Let me just control F for that. How many are there? There. That doesn't count. Okay. If the player is not grounded, and oh, this all right. Okay, well, we'll see if I feel the need to come back to this. That like this whole air momentum bonus thing. It's clunky to have and has the potential to introduce problems later, but it's allowing me to be more in control of the physics. And right now, as I said, like the kind of arc isn't all what I want it to be, so this might have to end up being a thing at some point, but for now, we will comment it out but not delete it. This downhill bonus also is a thing that's not exactly functional just yet, but needs to be at some point. My main concern is I just want to get, like, be able to be on, on a wall and go in midair and have the camera not flip out. We can get to that point, then I can, readdress more of these things. But at least if we're at that point, then the player would just be a huge hurdle cross in terms of the players being functional. If the player is not on the ground, this is going to always happen, so I don't need the test in theory. That'd be here. Wait, sorry. If, oh, right. This was the different way of doing input that's now going to be a bit different. So, no, that's if we're not on the ground, then do this. But, yeah, that's fine now. That I can get rid of. Blag, blarg, bleeg, blog, bloog. Okay. That's that bit down. Just trimmed it down a little bit. This get input, I don't like this test here. I'm not sure if it's going to be as necessary anymore, but I'm going to keep it for now. Okay, so, and every reference to this air momentum bonus in theory, but, well, I'll comment this out too, just to, wait, no, I need this to run. This part has to run. Technically, this calculate if grounded is stuff that's important. Okay, so, what I want now is for the player's state controller to actually change states, right? That's the thing that's going to need to happen for these two bits of code to work together. Underwater is going to be its own thing for later. Eventually, it'll be like, oh, if we come into contact with, invisible tag that says water, then we change to that, and then when we leave it, then we come out of it, or something along those lines. We don't need to worry about that just yet. It's lower priority. So, we want to switch between these. I guess the ground check would just do that, right? This ground check here is just gonna... Oh yeah, this also does stuff with resetting these air bonus things and all that. Yeah, complicated. Especially when you haven't looked at it in a while. I guess I just have... Oops, whoa. Well, I kind of want to... I feel like this, of all things, is going to be something that lots of other things are going to... things outside the player are going to need to be like, hey, player, you're now in, we're forcing you to be in the cutscene state, or something like that. I don't know. Player's controller, instance. So, what you do with that? Well, there's a few different ways I could do this. I'm very used to doing this, where I set up this, like, static instance that other things just reference. Especially when I know for sure there's only going to be one player. And then, so after having that I can now go over to here and just go, no things up here necessary. I can just down here, when we decide that we're on the ground, go blah equals... Oh wait, I just realized that this calculated grounded is ran... Oh. This is run by player move. That's going to need to change, because then, that means as soon as we're in midair, we'll never... know that we're on ground again. But for now, our player dot instance dot state or the current player state, just make it become this dot on is grounded equals true is ground. And then I see we have a couple cases where that's so for true that'd be blah, this be midair. So, with this being how this is, that means I actually should have, player state controller should Well, actually, if it's then running, I could have it run from here, have up above, be like, you know, player ground check, like, check if we've hit ground, and based on that, do this. But only conditionally do that if we're not underwater and we're not already in a cutscene. That gets clunkier to do that. Or I could have, if we're on ground, do ground check here, do ground check here, don't bother with ground check here, but do water check here or something. And the cutscene state, we'll come back to that. I might need to care about being in air or not. So it might be more like I let the player go as if, you know, we turn off input, but if they were moving forward a little bit and they have to fall off something, let that, like, happen. So, like, rather than just literally, like, freezing midair or something. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, thinking about it, I think this will definitely need some reference to player ground check to just be able to have that be a thing continuously running. And for now, I'm just gonna in here go check if hold on, wait, actually this. Oh, this isn't even a, this has to be a, it's on a different game object, so it actually is gonna be get component in children. If I want to do this and not just have it be a public thing that gets drag and dropped. What's your problem? Didn't I, what did I call the function on you? Your name something slightly different? Or are you this? Calculate if grounded. Yeah, okay. Why do you take in, I mean, okay, what is, how do you use desired direction? I don't remember. Oh, that's to calculate the air momentum bonus. So for this, I don't, because that might not be a thing anymore. Just vector 3 dot forward. Oops. Vector 3 dot forward. It's fine. And we'll say calculate that here and calculate it here, but not in the other places. Okay. Well, yeah. But for now, a player move will calculate it twice because it uses this. Actually, no, it doesn't anymore. Yeah, is fine. Potentially. Okay. Go. Is it gonna just work? I don't love how the camera flipped around immediately like that, but I guess we started slightly in midair, but even still, okay, that thing to be readdressed. If I go off of this, do nice things happen? Almost. Almost, not quite. Oh, there's the extra funkiness. And this is the thing with these current camera controls that we have. This hopefully is maybe going to be more achievable. Is just now getting things to actually be smooth, going from one state to the other, and not doing all of what that's doing. Oh boy! Oh boy! That especially the weird 180 flips that can seem to happen. Oh boy. And how much of that is the fault of the player and how much of that's the fault of the camera? If I temporarily horizontal correction speed 0, now you do that. Well, actually, if I have you be infinity. Oh no, you don't love that. Well, what I'm trying to say is you'd be always behind the player, even though this gets funkier, just temporarily. What's with the sideways turn? Why do you become that? Okay. If you are 0 and always facing this way, where does that come from? Where is that coming from? Dang. I was kind of hoping that just from, you know, his new camera system would kind of just work immediately. I think we can land on that. Yeah, unfortunate. And we're going to have to do lots more messing with numbers. Also, eventually we will have, like, mouse input, but I could be turning the camera to the sides right now. It's not going to be that. Whoa! Oh! That is dropping very fast. Oh, no. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. See, now, gotta sort this mess out. Like, okay. Why, when I was doing the launch from, I guess that, like, the testing the midair launch from before, if I temporarily start in the midair state with no momentum. Is that fine? Oh, why is that what the starting of all that was? Actually, just real quick. Yeah, what affects this? What affects the first frame camera positioning? Why do you think that that's a good spot to start, even though the player is up there? You should be here. I guess real quick, I guess I could just player follow. I mean, like, well, okay, what if I just start by going transform.position equals player.position? It's going to put you inside the player, but if from that, then you at least, like, zoom out or something. And I can at least confirm if, even despite that, you decide that you should be there anyway. Why? Okay. So that's not the case. Let me go in here and do a quick bit of just seeing what part is deciding it should be a bajillion. We're in midair, yes. Player position is -11, 7, 3, yeah. Target camera look position is gonna be that seems like it makes sense. Camera look position is -1s, the alert from there to that, -1s, that's not the, like, -11. Look position is what? What does it start as? Oh, you start as vector 3.0. Yeah, that should happen. I think well, part of this I need just to define better starting values of these things. Equals player starting position. I guess for every change I make, I should test it immediately just to see if that's the one thing that makes it work and I don't need to bother looking at the rest. Better. Yeah, okay. That's, like, I guess enough. Which, I don't know why that wasn't happening before, but I guess in a lot of my testing, the player was basically at 0, so, yeah. I mean, the camera does do a bit of flicking around. Oh. Actually, yeah, why are you deciding to do that to start? Okay, I think actually more things need to have better starting places. Camera look position equals... Oh, wait, I changed the wrong thing? Or, no, but, camera position, we're also gonna... player.position, and... I don't know what camera deer should start as, necessarily. Well, it first frame gets calculated as negative player.up. I guess. Well, it's gonna immediately get calculated first frame, but well. For consistency and for if I change code later, that's gonna make that have problems. Oh wait, no, sorry. There it's player.up. There other places it's not. So actually, that's not a good starting thing to do. Direct on plane, player.forward. I guess player.forward actually is a better starting thing. Yeah. We're kind of assuming first frame is on ground, in theory. I just don't know why you first position. Oh, right, because it's, well, no, I don't actually know why. Your first frame, you decide that you're there. I get the turning because the player doesn't does that turning that it does. Why do you think that first frame that you should be in the ground like that? This is like a minor bug, but it feels like one that's like fixable. It's in my power to fix, so just at least stomping out big bugs while they are here. So that being the -11, 7 in the air, yeah. Not down there. It is within this stuff, so just camera position, which hasn't been calculated yet. It's gonna be that, blah, 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 blah. Change the position. So at this point, that's that. The rest of this is just with the rotational stuff. So camera, oh, well then, no, that's fine. Camera direction was that, whatever it was before, or whatever. Oh. No, well, first frame is negative player dot up. And negative camera, well, that is player dot up. So they should be going above the player. Yeah. Unless, like, first frame, the player isn't, like, spun around, I don't think. Camera position you span, yeah, negative, no, 0 point, yeah, that's, it was lost. 8. Is it just first frame, the player thinking it has a weird rotation, maybe? If I can, but then even still, like, the look rotation should be more correct. That's a separate thing. Target direction equal, yeah, camera look position minus, I'm not gonna be able to read this rotation and know whether it's correct or not, but target direction is that. Even that's not really correct. Come on, I couldn't tell you why. Or, well, it gets normalized, but... Well, no, that's just equivalent... It becomes forward, but... Do I use this somewhere? Last player facing direction? Oh, was this maybe used in... But this isn't for this, so that's not... Well, actually, maybe it is more important than I'm thinking it is. No, I already put that there. That's fine. Okay, let me just see real quick. Oh, not that. Pausing first frame, and we are this. Camera B there for reasons. Oh yeah, okay. First, okay. Well, you know, so technically, actually coming off that, camera is in the right position if player truly thinks that this is how it should be starting. Which, okay, so it's more the player that's off. I mean, the camera should be looking up, but that's a separate. Let's, I guess, start with that. Yeah, player's first frame in midair is wrong. But like, well, actually, it's not too. We're not going to be starting first frame in underwater, but it's more, you know, potentially realistic that first frame could be in midair. I guess. Actually, why do you think that is the way you should be starting? Don't you have? If you have no velocity, then you do nothing, right? Unless you don't first frame have this velocity you think is up, right? You should think that you turn down, right? One would think. Okay, so let me tear this apart then. Oops. This, yeah. Okay, blam. Blam, and I don't think it's gonna get input. Align to velocity. A velocity. Is it going in here? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to read that rotation as something super useful. I guess I look at add relative force, which is like all nothing, so that should be doing nothing. You think. Force here you get being negative. Yeah, that sounds good. So at this point, yeah, player B upside down. Why? What would be doing that now? Oh, because I set him that way. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I put it that way. That's on me. Okay. Put the player back the way they started. Okay, now is the camera fine? So, technically first frame, it's whatever direction it was facing. I could do a first frame look at player as like a decent thing. Maybe just go transform dot rotation equals look at, or transform dot look at player with make sense likely that the player vector 3 dot up player dot no, yeah, player dot oops, position. What's your problem? No, this is just, yeah. I could be like, look, rotation, whatever. Hopefully it's fine. I don't know if the vector theta up is going to be an issue, but, yeah. Why are you being slower? But, no. Actually, what it didn't even do. Why did you not even try? What, because you did that, I guess this immediately undid it? But it transforms from whatever its rotation is, so it should have... unless target rotation was off, but then, you know, the first few frames, then it, like, tries to turn down, so you'd think it would be correct. I mean, take off the vector theta up, maybe that's actually more like messing with it. Because I guess first frame it should be looking down, so yes, that makes sense. Well, not... This is a minor thing, I think, but, like... It should be working, you'd think. I can't just, like... So this hypothetical thing that you think you should be. This is based off of target direction, which, even at this point, this can just be this one line. Dear. Why are you being weird? Oh, well, okay. It's at least up high enough, I guess. I can live with it for now. It's fine. That's not so good, though, that when we... like, beef... yeah, hard to exactly... We go from 0 to... gravity going down. Like, takes a while for us to slowly, like, actually drop, which I don't love that. So I had extra, like, yeah, just messing with the physics of being a bit different, but dang. In terms of priorities, though, I should be starting with that. This don't do. Just going off a simple ramp like that should look fine, in theory. It's 11 now. Can still keep going for a bit longer. It is unfortunate, though. Like, we're making progress, but not all of the progress I would like to be making. So why now does... This is changing to midair on ground properly. Yeah, we can at least see that. So why does... Why does the camera... Yeah, flip around so horrendously, you know... not good without any smoothing. Especially what's weird is the landing is doing that weird, like, it's weirdly turning a bunch, and I don't understand why. So it's switching from doing this code up here to doing this code down here, and it's a bit annoying to, like, exactly check where it's, like, if I putting like breakpoints when I have to, like, do input to, like, make it happen. Actually, no, wait, I can, if I want to just see the first frame midair, put a breakpoint on the inside of the midair thing, and then just, yeah, there we go, okay. If I even get the information I want from here, but, I had a breakpoint on the ground check, hold on, get that, past that. Okay, so, I don't exactly know what I'm looking for, though, of just, like, I mean, in theory... what the rotation is right now, which is that, and this is harder to, like, debug. I mean, I can go this dot Euler angles. I guess, I guess, you know, it's numbers I can comprehend more. So I just quickly dump that in a notepad or something. And then... Wait, sorry, what did I dumped in transfer dot rotation, what it's going to become. And this slurping is what I thought would be like, oh, it's going to go between these different states, but it should, like, smoothly go between them. I didn't even put an actual smoothing value in there. Maybe it actually should be lower. That might be part of it. This Euler angles is that number. That is still the same until next frame. Wham. And now it is that, which looks like it's It actually looks like it's very similar. Really? Huh. Maybe I use this to like go forward frame by frame here just to see. No, next frame. That's looking very different. The rotation was similar. Oops. But the position is different. Maybe that's more it seems to be more the issue. The position more instantly snaps. The rotation takes some frames. Oh, what was... Wait, what happened there? What? Continue. I'm just continuing forward a few things. Why did it seem like it is doing that, huh? It's just like not following the player properly, or we're taking too many frames to do so? It's just, I mean, snapping so much that it's kind of hard to tell. Oh, Unity just crashed. All right, well, that's great. That's lovely. Okay, well, fine, fair enough. Unity was crashing at some point. All right, while that's launching, I guess I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, and it'll be open by the time I'm back for sure. Okay, it's back open after the crash. So, okay, it's like, I want to fix both the going from ground into midair and air onto ground. I should just pick one, probably, and just focus on one. That might be related. It's possible I fix one and fix the other, in theory. But, so it's, to start with the first one, going from ground into midair should be, the first priority. Do I have just, like, an easier way to, like... I don't know, recreate it? I guess I can start by like the tiny thing of just I have them a ramp, just move the player actually over here, I guess, and then I can just hold forward. Ooh, I could even set up potentially like a temporarily well, that's not quite interesting. It's interesting, it's not quite what we want. Well, even when I try to be, like, basically on the ground. Let me trick this saying that the first stage is on ground. I just want to see if it will kind of, like... Yeah, okay. At least smoothens that looking less bad. Ooh, why does even this being on ground decide to... I don't love it trying to do that and not just being the position that it should be, but, well, yeah. That's stuff to be smoothed later, I guess. Obviously that shouldn't be possible. We'll get there. So being perfectly forward, I can see more. What was with the flip around? Even that. Maybe this'll help. Like being perfectly on the one axis, that might help with debugging this. And what might help even more to just like see things frame by frame. Let me just quickly put in code to cheat. Input, like acting like we're always holding forward or something like that. So just temporarily, like, 1, not, yeah, 1 on vertical, 0 on horizontal, so just to get rid of this, just temporarily. That just, yeah, help with testing stuff. And just see that, make sure that, at least that works. Okay, holding forward. A consequence of wanting to bend for, like, loop-to-loops and stuff means we do bend the camera slightly on every single slope. And I'll have to see whether that's something I'm fine with, if it adds to, like, whoa, camera shakiness, whoa, cool. Or if it's more disorienting than anything. And whether I might have some special code that, like, if the, like, angle change of, like, the surface that we're on, what we just went on to is, like, a little bit, don't turn the camera. Or somehow, which I don't even know how to do that. It's based on the player's up direction, so I'd have to have more code to just manage doing that, but it's hypothetically a thing I could do if I deem it being a thing that needs to be done, but that's like, yeah, lower priority for now. Okay, but so looking at this, seeing the, as this goes and does all of not what it's supposed to do, it feels like, the stuff that's like turning to where it's supposed to look, and the stuff that is immediately positioning the camera, because I see what it's doing here. Seeing it in slow-mo is definitely helping. It is positioning the camera away from the player that the way it's supposed to. That needs to be smooth, I think. That is, because it should be going up, and by the time it tries to go up, the player should, you know, be turning, correcting themselves. Yeah, so it's that's instantly snapping. That's a bit easier to see. When it lands on the ground, it's snapping around. I'm extra unsure of, but, like, that's, yeah, but that's a separate issue that I guess we'll try to figure out when we get there. So, player camera follow. Midair, underwater, so, yeah, we have S-lerping on this, but we do set the position immediately. Now, I said before, I don't think it'll complicate things more later if I just lerp the position right here. If I lerp this value here. Because what I want to essentially do is this number, or more, this actually is the thing that I want to lerp of the direction, and then go out that fixed amount, and eventually this is going to have camera zooming related stuff, so it's going to do a ray cast out where it wants to go, see if there's a wall there. If it is, then go that exact distance. If we just lerped after potentially doing that zoom detection stuff, then we might clip into some walls in the smoothing, trying to go into the spot that we'd want to be. That would be after the zoom. Anyway, so yeah, I want to actually just lerp this value, I think. The only thing that changes it here is this. So I guess I actually just go camera deer equals vector3 dot lerp from black, and lerp, not s-lerp, because these are just vectors. You'd use s-lerp just with quaternions. And then time dot delta time times 10 as a rough just estimate number. And then you put it up there, yeah. While I'm doing it, this will, like, have... Oh, well... Ooh, right, I changed this, like, 3 times. Ooh. Well... I was gonna, like, I want to adjust the old and the new at the same time. Like, going into, from ground to air and air to ground with this change. So float, new camera, deer, equals... do these calculations, I guess. Or your vector 3. And then go camera equals, I guess this doesn't need this bit, because whatever, it's fine. Equals, then this has the same vector 3 dot lerp from whatever camera deer is, try to become new camera deer at a rate of time dot delta time times 10, we'll say. Okay, does that solve all of my problems magically? I don't think so, but what if it did? I hope it at least makes them a little bit better. That was a little bit better. That qualifies to the thing that I said. Ignoring that, I guess, that immediate positioning stuff. Uh-huh. It does very quickly try to go up to, you know, correct to that as the player turns. That almost looks like an issue that the player thing, like, should turn faster. Or that the camera... Because that player thing, it was trying to lerp down like this. Should the camera go rather than the player's head where it currently is, where it knows it's trying to go, and go off of that? In theory, that might do more of what I want. It would help less from the random, like, slight changes. Which that would be, instead of player.up, or negative player.up. Or not down there. So instead over here, instead of negative player.up. Do I have, that would be like just directly doing the same check I do with, player RB dot velocity. Actually, hold on. I need a velocity check in here, because if it's very small, then if player dot velocity is not dot magnitude is greater than 0.01. Blah, and then else blarg. Then do something like, so if it's greater than whatever, then use it. Take the velocity's direction. Negative player dot up, which is the direction of the velocity where we're trying to go. So just positive velocity there and negative player dot up there, maybe? See if that helps a little bit with this initial trying to, like, spin around. If this doesn't, or the initial thing on top of that might just be getting the player to turn faster. Which I don't know if that is a thing I want, but hypothetically. How is... Oh, right, because this isn't just a direction, it's taking the amount into account. This needs to be normalized. Oh, no. Okay, I understand. I get you. I get what you're putting out. Alright, let's do this going just into play mode. Progress! I call that progress. I really would like to fix whatever initial shenanigans are going on there, but that's... that progress there. Woo! That's pretty cool. Oh, I have an idea of what the issue is with that other thing. Is that if camera direction starts being vector 3.0, it's going to be starting from all that stuff, right? So also this doesn't need that. Have camera direction start being how would it wouldn't really be able to... I don't want to do like a start, like doing a bunch of these calculations if I don't have to waste that time. Oh no, I have camera starting being... I already am. I do have that. Dang it, that's not the issue, maybe. I mean, even this isn't that accurate. Let's be going from player.forward all the way back, though. Project on plane, player forward, and yeah. Like, close enough. Dang, that's, okay, but maybe trickier to... Oh, well. Okay, we'll come back to that. I thought I had an idea that would be a quick fix. Okay, so this is progress. And even, landing on the ground's a little, I see there's a little bit of, correction that happens, but I don't think that the landing is solved, because I think head-on it's fine, but when we're turned, then it, like, weirdly, like, magnifies the turns or something. Something's definitely going on there. But while let's just try to clean up, I guess, this forward if I can. So when we land, there's, like, a first frame... Let me put the scene camera down here or something just to quickly see, where did you go? To see kind of how much the camera is jumping. So there's the camera. It's very small. You guys can barely see it, but just to... As I hit the ground about, it's up there, it's there. Yep, it jumps down a little bit, but not that much. And then it jumps down more. Why are we going at there? And then you correct yourself. Like, I think that's partially because of the smoothing stuff that's happening, but why is it such a hard to fall and the smoothing? I feel like it should be one or the other. Okay. Why? Here, I guess I can... Here's what I can do. You're in midair, put a breakpoint, the first frame that we're grounded again, and then jump forward in time till we do that, and then I look for major differences. So the position of the player should be the same. Oh, player check.instance.ground normal. That's going to be a thing that changes significantly in one frame. It's kind of. Target camera look was. Oh. There's also the. Oh, you know what it's gonna be camera vertical angle, right? I pretend it's 0 here and then down here, then it jumps up to the 30. That's gonna be my guess. Actually, before I even test anything, I'm gonna take a wild guess and just see if I have the. Where are you? Where's the vertical angle? You're 15. Yeah, if I have you be 0 temporarily. I have questions. I have some questions there. So here it's actually pretty perfect. But obviously the initial angle ain't great, but you know, it's close. If I take just having this and then when it hits the ground, why did it spin around like 180? Camera horizontal angle. When did it become 180 and why did it become 180? If I set it to 0 real quick just to see. Yeah, there's some stuff happening with that variable. It's just doing some weird things. That whooshing into the ground. Okay, so separate issue. So here then it was kind of like fine but not the worst. Separate issue is just in this state. I have the weird jump that's been happening on the horizontal angle. It just now happened again, or it happened a clean 180 in a weird way. Why is it flipping? Oh, well, no. Oh, wait, no. Or no, that should be fine, right? It should be allowed to be. But no. So at this 179, it's gonna flip around, isn't it? Even though it's. Wait, no, you shouldn't be able to be 180. It doesn't it clamp between no, what do I clamp it between? Or I clamp it between negative 180 and positive 180. Yeah. Well, okay, so how does it become 180 in the first place? It's this horizontal angle while we're in midair. And it does go through these same functions. This is a separate issue than what's happening with the vertical axis when it's not an 8 or when it's like the 30. But this might be, if I can solve this, why the camera like spins around wildly potentially. So it'd be great to solve this. Either of them. Player turnabout. Why do you think that because you're based on the ground normal somehow? Okay, so player turnabout. The signed angle of looking at the last direction the player is facing. Yeah, okay, this is what's going to need to... You're based on native player dot up, I guess. Okay, and then player dot forward. Oh, this should just be... The direction that they're facing is this. But doing it based on the ground isn't ideal, I think. This before was... When we're on whatever ground that we're on, looking at how we've turned now relative to last frame to just this number that... basically ends up having to do with like how far the camera is turned away from being right at the player's back when we're on ground. When we're in midair, though, this applies less. How would I? Or, this doesn't. I can't just turned. How would we know how much we've turned? A number that represents how far we are from the player's back, the top of the player. I mean, do I just, instead of adding it, or no, instead of doing this, instead of taking that based on ground normal, I mean, I guess it would, guess whatever if they're upside down, then I might just make this negative or something. Let me just see that one change I already made. Let me just see what that's doing. Oh, hey, okay. Well, like, I don't trust that that's gonna be enough, but it's at least a start. Okay, let me mess with it a bit more by re-enabling, putting in, you know, input normally. Temporarily do this, but I'll bring back the other stuff. Just do a bit of messing. It's definitely a bit better, but definitely has room to get better. Oh, why can I do that? Why is that? No, there's still some... No, it doesn't need to be perfect, but obviously the more perfect it is, the better. Why is going off this? I have no speed, but in the test that we did a second ago. Oh, I forgot that a thing that I did that I meant to fix. Right, yeah. Whoops. Player Midair has this that is always increasing. It doesn't reset. This was meant to reset every time that we are, you know, on ground. This gets called for the first time and whatever. How do I best reset this with this current configuration? So in theory, either ground check could reset it in the way that does this air momentum bonus stuff. Or should the state controller like reset it when it detects an actual state change? I mean, this is the thing that's telling it that there's a state change of kind. For now, in the short term, I guess I'll do it here. Which then... I almost think, like, do I store this here, or do I actually have ground check calculate all that? Maybe ground check should calculate it. Because it's like, while other things are using this information or not, just having this, hey, yo, here's how long we've been in the air. Maybe, I'm unsure about this, but this is the kind of thing where there's like multiple ways to go at a problem, and what's going to be the best. Wait, was it setting time, delta time, or in midair? I was adding fixed delta time there. Not that that should matter. I mean, I want it to... Actually, I'm using it directly for physics stuff, so maybe it would be better if I did this in fixed update, just to have it be in sync with... I don't know if that matters that much, but... This... Okay, so take this out here, and then this... oh, that multiplier, right. If I want that multiplier, then... I mean... Wait, can't I just go... Well, but wait a minute. Plus equal... Isn't this just the same as if I... Is this just the same as if I just multiply it on top of here, which is the same as if that's a thing? Because it's just like, whatever the time is, multiply it by, like, let's say 2. Either do it like... Well, each thing I'm adding and multiplying it by 2. It increases at twice the speed. Versus multiply by 2 at the end. Isn't that basically just the same? Not braining enough to... No, whatever. Let me just go player ground check dot instance dot fall time. You don't... Why are you not showing up? Where it is? Over here. You're right there. Oh, I did make you public. Yep. Or is... And in theory, here it could have the multiplier. That just seems weird for it to be there. I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. Now you... Midair. Fine. And you're not used, but that's okay. Oh, let's see what that does now. So in theory, oh, now it like... Oh wait, I never reset it. The whole point of why I did that, I didn't do. Player ground check. do that. But then once we become grounded, then we fun time equals 0. Technically, I could do it every time we become grounded again, but yeah, it's either or. Okay, yeah. No, this shouldn't be allowed, but it yeah. So yeah, that's gonna mess with my numbers now that before when I was like, running around for a bit and then went in midair, I guess. But now this will be consistent. You shouldn't get that much airtime out of that at all, but like it's a start. Numbers to be tinkered. I want the camera to just at least not break with this, and then I can mess more with the actual making the arcs better. Once the camera just cooperates with it better. Like, yeah, that's so much more distance than it should be. It also, I think, visually will look better once we actually have the animation of, rather than just looking like the guy's just turning sideways, it actually looking like the thing I said I want, the wheel is going in the direction, but he's like falling off almost, like grabbing on. That animation change, I think, will make this just visually look better in terms of how he's just kind of, looks like he's just turning sideways and then not. It'll look like he's still looking where he's going rather than just generically looking like perpendicular of where he's actually going. Anyway, still, yeah, there's still some funkiness with the angles. I'm not quite sure. So like, this is not a thing we want. You should be able to do that, but at least it's helpful for right now for me to just test funky camera things. Oh, ooh. Going towards the camera. Ooh. Do I'm gonna try a thing that might do good things or do terrible things. And we're gonna find out. This that I've been putting off re-enabling. Let me try having this. Where's the code that I used to make this slowly go down? Well, maybe not the vertical one, but it's unsure. Not the vertical one, but the horizontal one real quick. Just to... So that should be the same, but now if I go off it sideways when the horizontal camera angle is... Or towards the camera like this. Never mind, it hates it. Okay, why, though? I thought it would then, like, it's being 180 would then be like, it's going off of... on the other side of the player, it's down there thinking it should be looking up. Oh, it's not going on the right axis, right? Because I commented out the code and didn't look at, yeah, it should be going off of the ground normal. So now it should go off of player.forward or player.right to go along that axis to be able to 180 around the other side of them. So in theory, you can have the player be at like at the wheel of the player in that way. So like that. Okay, that's fine. Oh, the turning in there might actually have more problems with it. Oh no. Dang. That's not good. But okay. Camera direction starts going towards that stuff. Yeah, okay, if I comment those back out, just everything's fine for a minute. As long as that stays low. I should set up real quick an easy going towards the camera situation. If I just... Would be very cool would be to eventually, to make this easier, is if once the camera is like a lot better working, set up some like running in the editor code to have just at least the code with the horizontal and vertical angle being running, so that I can change them and have the camera 180 around the player and actually do that part automatically, like in editor, would be cool. But if I temporarily did this and the setting of this to 180 to start, I don't like what happens on start. I've been doing all that, but temporarily, and it does that. So I think that's our next hurdle to cross. We're doing these one at a time. Is figure out just towards the camera, get that to, you know, behave properly. So to set up another funky scenario of actually just this -1. Now we should go towards the camera. So just to, that's that has some, okay, because of the first few frames of the camera being slightly off, it does mess with that, which I also don't know why that's happening. So maybe I might actually do that first, which I don't love, but you know, it's gonna make that test at least more consistent and be able to, yeah, just test the going off one axis. So okay, if I put this back to just here real quick, first frame, it's not in the right position. We know this. It's been like that for a bit. I should, I guess, do that now. Now it's become less of a, oh, you'll be low priority thing for later, and now more of a, hey, I can slurp. Yes, indeed I can. Because indeed I was. Not losing my throat, so that's good. Good so far. We are making good progress. I like that I'm at least like, we have all these a lot of major bugs. We're able to be cutting them out and like cutting them into pieces, and it feels like we're solving little ones one at a time. I think we're going in a good direction with this. I like the hope. Glad this hasn't been, you know, 4 hours of me just you know, trying a bunch of things that haven't been working and I have no idea what I'm doing and with all this, we need to get the we might get the momentum stuff back eventually. I at very minimum, I need the, when you're going downhill, you go faster thing. Also known as gravity, but on ground. No. Are you thirsty? Not sure how, but yes. Is that actually, did you put in each hypothetical, like, different response, and it just happened to, I'm not sure how, but yes, that's great, yeah. Lovely. Alright, first frame of this is all of this bad, not goodness. So why is that? And eventually decides to be there. Is it, wait, is the position correct at least? No, position and rotation. It's like two parts of the incorrect puzzle. What rotation are you deciding to have? 10 is going to 20 for some reason, somewhere, somehow? In theory, we, I guess, do one and then the other. I might have to, I was hoping just like, oh, define some stuff here, whatever. I might have to basically run a cut down version, you know, run one frame of this where everything is like without the slurps and all that. I guess I at least try it, and it could at least maybe lead me towards a solution. So I put one frame of this and get rid of this stuff. Well, actually, we might need that at some point, but for now, you know. And then everything that's slurp, have it just become immediate final thing, and hope for the best. Our velocity will be 0 first frame, so there's that. Why did I, wait, what did I, oh, I took the in-air stuff. I should run one, the first frame thing should be on the ground being in front stuff. So take that, and then anything that's alert, just throw in the final thing. And anything slurp, throw in the final thing. Blop and bleep, and I'm gonna temporarily get rid of this. I think. Well, because we're gonna be doing that there anyway. Am I missing any particular? Where was that velocity check? Isn't here. I guess technically we would know that this is 0, so I could do. I mean, hypothetically, that's a thing. Then that doesn't need to be there. If I'm to cut this down as much as I can. If this is 0, then that means this is 0, which means that all of this multiplies to 0, because that's how math works. And then this does What was that calculating? It was on, yeah, that makes sense. In one frame, that's not going to change. Let me just, at this state, see if this even works, kind of. Yes. Okay, no? What do you mean, no? Why are you being down there? Is it really that after doing this, the first frame of whatever's down here is... It's doing something clunky. I guess if I'm to... I don't know. Let's see. So, player position. So, okay, well, in theory, okay, just to, I guess, temporarily, you know, cut things down. This, you know, the first frame, right now we're testing it being 0, 0. That's just becoming straight up that. So camera direction, being player forward, player to up, turn nothing at all, and then look position seemed like it was correct, I think, and then go at the camera distance. Position be that. I think I have to just do a breakpoint. And see why this is doing the weird things that it's doing. Okay, so let me just skip straight to where you are deciding that your position should be. Start from there. So 3, I mean, I guess I could just copy this just to compare it over here where I saw the rotations from ages ago. That didn't copy the right thing. Where was I 2 seconds ago? Where, this position, just what your starting position is. All this stuff. So it starts as that, and then camera position decides that you should be that, which, okay, so it's already wrong. Okay, so good in that we found part of the problem, that the Y should be higher than that. It's going into the ground, and that's an issue. So why is the Y being that way? Why the Y? So at camera direction is 0, 0, 1. That's looking straightforward, so that's correct. Camera look position is wrong. Okay. Oh, I missed one. That's why I missed a lerp. No. Yeah, it's not good. And then you only, yeah, okay, found it. I think so. Anyway, is it good now? Don't blink and miss it. Yeah! Woo! It's snapping a little bit, but snapping to the values based on this stuff, which is what I want. Okay, good. Kind of. Sort of. If I have, if I want to, hypothetically want this to start at 180, I should see it start there. I'd like it to start being the thing that it is. Which means, actually, can I get away with just opening those, and that's it? Then, if this works, then I might start cutting down on some of the repeat variables. Good, and then the vertical one should be working. It's going to be actually looking down very steep. Yes, okay, good. To start. I keep saying all of this is a start until it's working. So now in theory, I should be able to cut down a lot of this. I'm going to keep this stuff if I can. So like this new direction, I don't need. That's just going to be blah blah bloop. And this, and this. A lot of these where there's just 2 variables, because like, here's what it should be, and then now here's what it is. Target rotation. I guess I can just do that. I don't want to cut things out too much so that things get all unclear, but not having a bajillion lines. Code be good. And, well, whether I have in here, if on start, if we're midair or whatever, hopefully it's fine. Wait, oh, you're good. Okay, cut that. Let me see. No, I definitely do need these. So I guess if I am going to be first frame taking information from these, I'm definitely not going to be having to start a player forward. So that makes sense to cut. Player position becomes stuff based on all of these. So that makes sense to cut once again. Target look position, and then that. Just do that, I guess. And then you're gonna be player position, and then add on to the look height. Yep, I almost am tempted to use player.up in the first frame anyway, which If we start sideways, it'll start sideways. Well, and it's probably fine to leave it as this for now. Is this being played out fine? Possibly. This player turn amount. We don't have a amount that we turned last frame, so this should not change, right? So in theory, let me comment this out for a sec. See that it's fine without it, and then delete it for realsies. Okay. Uh-oh. Not quite. That's not what we want. Uh-oh. I cut out too much. It wasn't just this, though. I cut out more by accident somewhere, some way. Well, dang it. I don't even know what I need to cut out. Let's just cut out. Undo a few times. Undo to when the code compiled. See that this worked, and then start going forward in time until it broke, possibly. Good. At that point, was it still fine? This is why you test code frequently. Was it really getting rid of those? I thought I got rid of those, but they were immediately being set by stuff. Yeah, okay, good. Suspicions confirmed. Was it this? It was. Okay, what was these last couple changes? Take this, add to it, set it equal to whatever. You get immediately set by that, so you're fine to go, I think. Excuse me. I don't know if I just made the same change or not, but it looked like I made changes that shouldn't have changed it. Okay, good. Did I leave that the vector in there so it was being all local variable versus global variable thing? Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, changing stuff here, but not down here. Maybe that was it. Possibly. Okay. This last direction is player.forward, just so that that's unchanged. Going from here down to here. Oh, I do that twice, I guess. That's fine. Well, no, it should be set here. I guess it won't even be set down there. Unless after I set the rotation, then... okay, whatever, it's fine. But this should be able to go. Just to do that again. Right. Yes, okay. And that's what used this. Which means I'm fine to... Nothing else uses this, so I'm fine to put that at the end. Okay. Cutting away what doth not need to be there. Good. Fantastic. Anything else? Target rotation. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine to be. Not everything needs to be cut down, I guess, but I'll put some of these lines together. I want to update camera pause and that. I want to, because that's like used down here, I think. And, well, whatever, it's fine. Okay. This equals blarg.blag, and then do. Hopefully it's fine. Okay, that's good enough for me to go back to the next issue, which was this. I'll make you -1. Now we look back at the yeah, it's facing that way, and then it whips around, and then it. I'm loving that it's not that it's not snappy. It is at least rotating around. It's not ideal though. So now I got to figure out like what should it's a problem of like functionality, but also like or part of this is a problem of like me deciding what is the correct behavior that I want to happen in this scenario. Anytime we go in midair, should we swivel around to be at the back of this, back at the player? Or, just looking at going off the ground for a second, or should we stay, the player is going towards the camera, we have this 180 offset, so do we accept that? Yeah. Or no, yes, was from a while ago, yeah. And then second thing, what definitely probably should not happen is whichever we choose, as soon as we hit the ground here, hitting the ground should never swivel around like that. Hitting the ground should stay in that direction. Or whatever direction that we were in. Even the player is swiveling a bit. Which that's not grand. And that's because this 180, it's affecting stuff, and then it stops affecting things in midair, and then it affects things again. So if I'm to hypothetically, or I guess the follow-up question, actually, what probably is best of both worlds, is it should swivel, but not that instantly when we go into midair. It should, and slowly, like, be turning around if you're in air for a while, kind of a deal. Just like when you move right, how it slowly turns, it should be like that, I think. Maybe, possibly. So if I'm to try to make that happen, no, not there. This is a camera thing. The camera stuff that messes with this, which is this. So it's this, but my problem with part of or was it now? This that decides this player turnabout does not do me good. Well, what if this is to like increase it and whatnot. What if I temporarily stop this bit, but just kept in this bit? This is for midair. The stuff that decreases it. If player then turns in midair, it's not gonna, okay, well, problems. Problems indeed. Okay. Well, okay, first things first, is if I don't do anything that changes it ever, and I just have this should, in theory, would be nice if it worked. Although instead of, angle axis. Oh no, wait, should this be the negative player dot up? I just realized. I thought that this was axis to swivel on, but it might not be. Still not what we want. Okay, let you do that, and then you decide you should. Ooh, even that's not exactly funky. Well, right now, actually, this is an issue of both vertical and horizontal, now that I think about it. So I actually should be doing these one at a time. For best results. Well, I don't see a player in this image. And that's part of the problem. So why... Actually, yeah, why even... Wait. I took away... the things that change you. This is the ground stuff. It doesn't matter. So why are you even... Why is it swiveling to then swivel back? What's doing that, huh? This isn't used up here, no. Just to comment out stuff that's not affecting this right now. It's this bit. Are you on the right axis? Should this be... Is it player not up? I don't think it would be, but I mean, just try stuff for the sake of trying stuff. I think the behavior that I'm thinking should happen if this stays at 180 is that we should effectively be perfect, 180 from, so basically we should be at the front of the player. Pretty well. So, let me just remind myself, what's down here? I did change this to... Oh, I changed it and then changed it back. That's why this is being different than I think. This here is going off negative player dot up, which means this might need to be negative player dot forward, because the forward is kind of pointing up at that point. And why are you trying to be there? Swivel on this axis, the imaginary axis that is where the player is facing. I don't know why you don't want to do that. let me just temporarily, if I go vector 3 dot up, in this very particular instance, should be close to what I currently want, but it won't work on any other ramp, basically. But just to test that conceptually, this is even that's not working right. What's up with you? Huh. Okay. Why? Why are you doing that? Just to double check, some other code I'm not aware of is actually being the culprit. If I comment that out, then it behaves totally fine. Just to be perfectly clear here. It does the swivel around, yes. Because it's the... It should be attempting that swivel, and then afterwards, should be attempting that swivel, and then, like, afterwards sort of 180ing from it with this line here. So why is it not doing that? Is it for me, this lerping stuff here, trying to alert towards player dot up. That's what's making it go back and forth or something. Let me see, everything that messes with, not horizontal angle, but new camera D here, it does stuff here. And it doesn't do anything up to this point, right? So, okay, my only stuff changing it up here is that this be the difference. So, I mean, okay, if I get rid of this and then just do this, with it being vector theta up, that only, it's gonna hard code, like, do that thing in this particular axis? No. Not even that. Really? Why? Why won't you be the 180? Is it... Oh, it's because other, like, input stuff is based on the camera, right? Why are you even up there? You should be, like, perfect flat there, in theory. It's going... Why is that what you're deciding to do? Oh, no. Okay, well, I think we are getting close to being out of time, which is unfortunate. So this, I think, is something we have to come back to. I'm just gonna undo this back into a state where things were a little bit better. I don't think... Not too much. Hold on, let me go here... where I was a second ago, and then just comment out this line and make this the just being 0. It should be fine enough at this angle, right? Just yeah. Well, oh, the input thing. Let me just make it so we can actually move again. Okay. Yikes. Well, we did make decent progress, I do think. That we made that underwater, that hypothetical underwater state is interesting. That, as long as this thing is behind the camera, it's kind of working. The in-air is definitely, like, needs work on the actual, like, you know, this, obviously. Obviously, we don't want that. Obviously, that is a bad thing. But it's being worked on. We should, like, we want some airtime, but we shouldn't be able to angle for that much extra airtime. Is that thing that I did before where I said you could angle up, like, 1 degree, is that maybe too much? Put this back to a hard 0. Maybe I even make it below 0. Let me just test that real quick. Yeah, okay, maybe that is for the best. I can still, like, extend airtime, but yeah, that feels less... broken. So I'm not below 0. I was thinking that too. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's I mean, okay, obviously camera is not perfect there. That's a whole separate thing to consider, is like should there be situations where the camera actually zooms out a bit? For I don't know, the faster you're going or something, maybe. Or more that you turn in a frame or something. I mean, actually, the camera shouldn't be going... It's going actually a lot closer than it should be. That's more of a separate thing to be solving. And it's not turning... Wait a minute. Why is it no longer... Did I comment out too much code? Hold on. I may have commented out too much code. Oh, I commented out the stuff. Yeah. Whoopsies. I was like, hey, I thought that we had a bit more going than that. Not that stuff, though. Okay. It was staying at whatever rotation it was when we first go in midair, which frankly, like, you know, is looking decent, but now, there we go. That's what was supposed to happen. Okay, cool. Cool. And we might get some, like, in-between kind of a thing, right? When we have the, vertical... well, first of all, just when you're in, normal ground, it's supposed to be at more of a down angle like this. When we get that back functional with the being in midair, you can have this with the slight, like, above or slight below, potentially, and that be a thing you can influence with the mouse, in theory. But this is cool. It's at least slightly more functional that I can, to some degree, actually hit these walls now, which is great. That's, more functionality getting there. Like, this will be cool when it's functional. Going around a level and being able to just, like, yeah, go, you know, be going fast and ramp off of something, and then, basically, this particular instance is being able to sort of wall run. Go off a ramp to wall run, and then whatever. I'm like 5% done at what I need to do tonight. Fantastic. Well, 5% ain't 0. I don't know. I mean, it would be very nice once this is closer to being done. We made a lot of progress, but also kind of, like, there's still so much left to do, hypothetically. That's, yeah, even just with, like, the player, like, I want to get to the actual, you know, the game, the making levels and stuff, and, even making this guy look graphically actually like a person, and not just this, temporary test immobile thing, with a mustache. But we will get there. Got a lot more done than me. I'm trying, but like I've been working on this player thing for a long time. I mean, I took a break from it for a while, that's for sure. And doing lots of Googling and researching, and I knew this would be hard, but it's being mega super extremely hard. I mean, there's also the degree of, like, I mean, technically this thing is moving around, and I am flying through the air. I am more at the stage, I guess, where it is working. I'm trying to just get it to be really, really polished and, you know, extra, you know, good, and not breaking and whatnot. It is actually, like, I am able to sort of fly through the air and stuff, and I'll need to adjust more numbers and all that as things go. I still even need, I keep forgetting that I eventually, you know, I want to have it that if you stop, you fall. That's going to be a thing eventually. It's just not right now, because it's way easier to debug test this when I'm not going to be falling off. And that's going to be its whole own thing that I'm going to need to make sure works. But in theory, once this is fine, the midair camera is fine, in theory that shouldn't be that bad, hopefully. I'm just hoping we don't have a situation where if we're out here, we stop, we don't, like, fall, attach, and it doesn't, like, break in a weird way like that. It might be the case that if I decide that we detach, I might purposely apply a little bit of force away from the wall. That might help that not be an issue. I also want to make sure that once that code is in place, that if you're going with a decent speed, I want to, like, cheat and extra, like, magnetize the player to the wall. I don't want a slight bump in the wall to cause the player to fall off. So I might, like, I probably will have more stuff in place that if you're moving with extra speed, you will stick to the wall. Well, then that might have, you know, issues. If I have to be careful of not having unexpected issues. But, you know, we'll see. Bruce, am I gonna get my work done tonight? Oh, sorry, need to reset. Oh, no. Figures. Oh, no. Your machine has turned against you. Oh, boy. Yeah, it is midnight, so I am gonna be stopping soon. I am gonna be doing a bit, well, if I have time to, doing a bit of work on this between now and next time I pick it back up. I would love to come back to the next stream of working on this and be like, surprise, it's done. But somehow I doubt that that's gonna happen. I think next time, like, while I'm, you know, trying to figure out certain bugs and not sure about how to do certain stuff, if I'm stuck at any point, then I might do some of the other bits of the new camera that I need to happen at some point. The zoom of it should be, well, I'd like to think not that bad, but just watch it have a bajillion problems and it meshing with the other code in not good ways. But in theory, the zooming in when there's a wall in the way, we have code for that. I just need to put it back in with the new camera code and then make sure it's all working correctly. That thing one. Thing two, actually getting mouse and right stick input, which is another thing that was working on the old camera. I just got to put it back on the new camera. So in theory, those things shouldn't be that bad. Although, the right stick issues, or the issues that are going to happen with right stick are the same, like me making this number here work properly and behave properly when we're in the air. That's, those should go hand in hand. That I fix it in one, it should fix it in the other. In theory. And then if I really run out of other stuff to do with that I'm still like running into camera issues, I don't know if at some point I want to do more graphical stuff with the player, at least temporarily make just like literally in Blender, no rigging of anything, but just make a second of this guy that's in that like midair position and just one frame turn off, turn on. Might do that as a temporary thing just to better visually communicate the idea. For like I could add an underwater area to this test area in theory, or even just in general shake this area up a bit, change some colors for funsies, and I don't know, build some more stuff. But it's kind of like, well, saving that more when the player is more functional, and then I want to build specific scenarios to test in once all these current areas are I'm able to do stuff with. One thing I really want to do here that's going to be a good test of that stuff is good, hopefully, is eventually we have some kind of like springs or even just ramps might be enough. I want to test basically a double wall run kind of thing. Now the player can't jump, but I want like you're going along this wall and you ramp off and go flying into this wall, and then you're going and go off and fly off into this wall. I want some kind of back and forth exchange. But the player can't do it on their own. I need like extra stuff here whether it's springs or actual like ramps or something. So that might be a thing we build. But then like I don't know if like I need the player to specifically be able to handle this exact distance. We might, move these further, closer together to like then see like, okay, here's the proper spaces of whatever that should work correctly, but I don't know. We'll see. And then we'll go beyond that and make other crazy scenarios and like other like testing ground area stuff here. Even just like a pipe like this that actually like curves around would be cool. Once we are happy with the player, then we will start work on first real level over here that we've been looking at for a while. We had this around for a while, my planning. The one thing that is unfortunate is I would say that after having, I kind of knew like most of the way into planning this level is a little bit, I don't know if flawed's the right word, but of my demo that I want to exist, that's going to have 3 levels. I think, I could be wrong, that levels 1, this is going to be level 2. Level 1 and 3 will have less of these lines that it'll look like messy in terms of the planning, in terms of how many different lines there are, just because of stuff that happened with how I planned this level that's not going to apply to levels 1 and 3. So in hindsight, if I'm not redesigning this level now, I want to try to just make this level work with its current planning with the new player. But there'd be potentially less total lines, but I still think we can make it work. There are some lines in here that like mean the same thing. Basically every green line that's attached actually kind of means the same thing. But anyway, yeah. Well, we'll see. We're also going to, when I planned some of these hazards that are between each of these lines, in my head, I had an idea of what that meant in terms of what it could look like in the real level. When we apply our new player stuff to this, some of these ideas might change. So, that will be cool. I'll also have to mess around with, like, the scale of stuff, right? Like, because if the player's a lot faster than how I initially planned, then I might need to, basically take this whole thing, scale it up a little bit. We'll see. Or, that might be I just might decide that, hey, okay, maybe the player actually is too fast. Let me slow them down a little bit to be more back at whatever they were before for this. We'll see. This level will teach us a lot, hopefully, in theory. Also, yeah, I will slurp. And we're going to end in a second here, just to give my closing thoughts. I very much look forward to getting back to working in this actual thing. turning test area into actual game and stuff, and making it look pretty, potentially. I do need to, once the new player's done, I need to get it hooked up with, like, the repairing and, you know, the other mechanics in here that aren't just for moving. In theory, that shouldn't be too bad, but, you know, we'll see. Interacting with the end of a level, that might be a little bit troublesome with how that currently is set up, where it hijacks the player and moves them to the center of the thing, of this, like, podium thing. That on the new player, gotta make sure that that doesn't break, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll be fine. And that's actually gonna be an example where we hijack the camera and use it for something that's not following the player. We put it to a fixed position that's facing is facing the player, but you know, that's gonna have to work correctly. But anyway, I have ideas in mind for how we're going to be able to make that happen that hopefully shouldn't be that bad, but we'll see. Anyways, I'm going to raid someone, and then I'm going to go. So in terms of what is coming up, next stream tomorrow is going to be... tomorrow's Thursday, right? So we're going to be starting Final Doom, I think. Now that I didn't realize it was this close. We are... yeah, we're going to be starting Final Doom, continue the next game of the Doom games, because we finished Stray a couple streams back, and then stream after that will be making the Rubik's Cube thing. I didn't solve a single Rubik's Cube this stream. Oh, no. That's fine. I'm doing more practicing on my own, and yeah, anyway. Then after that will be Subnautica, and then after that we'll be back to this, in theory. Hopefully by then, I will have more progress in this, or just have more planned how to make stuff happen, but we'll see. Also, I see Odette Nerd is live. He's raided me a couple times back when. We're gonna raid him. Blam, 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 wham. Well, that's good. Alright, cool. Alright, so that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Alright, okay, with that. Okay, cool. Any other things I'm forgetting? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I'll be back to say them if I am forgetting things. But yeah, thanks all for being here. Representing Goddess, thanks for helping out with making the more Nightbot things. Very, very, very cool. And best of luck to you with the stuff that you're working on. And yeah. All right, see y'all later. That's all good. Buttons. Everything's good. All right, see ya.